segregation, unemployment, limited access to our communities, infant and maternal health disparities. So these are the things. These are the points that he's trying to like hit on, and he's showing some articles just discussing like things like reparations and stuff like that, and how we need to have better conversations in our conscious community versus always infighting about what religion you are or what the Bible said or things like that. What's your take on it?
Well, I mean, I'm really just listening in. Hey, everybody in the chat. Thank you for allowing me on the stage. Hello to both of the hosts. I got how you doing? Nice to meet you also. This might sound like it's a bit off topic, but for me, it actually leads back to a live that I just attended a few days ago, where the conversation was Blacks going back to Africa to build and have wealth. So it kind of, the reason why I didn't join so quick, because I had to collect my thoughts here. I said, because wait a minute. I said, now we're going to hit some trigger points. I wonder where those people are at that was on the stage a few days ago that was sending us back to Africa. And I said, hold on. I want to know, why are you sending us back to Africa to become the new foreigners? People are already in Africa Black. They already are Black. So when I go over there as a proper speaking Black, as an American Black, as a tall woman Black, as a standoff differently Black, I'm the new foreigner in foreign lands other than what I know and help build in the United States. Whether one, the Caucasian feel like I have or not, or whether two, the Black community stand up and support the country that they're from. So the reason that I feel it's interesting for me to bring that last live up and compare it to today is because if we have Mandinka here showing us and telling us the millions of dollars that are in the United States, number one, that are already owned by us and because we need to take our goddamn money back and take our goddamn land back, why do I need to go over to Africa and start all over again, rebuild when the money that they're holding in the pot belong to me anyway? But when I go to Africa, I got to prove my bloodlines 80 after death and BC before Christ long time ago. So I'm a bit confused as to when they start talking about gaslighting. You're going to tell me we're gaslighting when we don't have people that are over in Africa or in the United States, or let me be clear, the foreigners from Africa, the foreigners from other countries, Dominican, Cuba, all the countries, and don't nobody act like I got a problem with nobody country because I got mixed breeds all through my family. But my point is, you want to get all the immigrants and the foreigners over here to already and further take what belongs to us. So now we go over to Africa and we go to other countries and have to dig up dirt that we don't even know where to go at, but I know where to go at over here. So why would I? And I hope I didn't dismantle the title of this, but bring it out. The comparisons to where I really was summoning any of the men that sat on the stage a few days ago, foreigners, of course, and a couple of Blacks too. A lot of them was Nigerians. They were Africans, whoever you want to be. And I'm just so confused that while we got so much money here, but I got to go back to Africa and dig for gold. And I don't even know where to dig at because all the people that's trying to send me back over there, ain't nobody giving me no come up when I get there. And this is what I'm trying to understand, y'all. I'm not understanding because he's showing us that money is everywhere. Money is in Florida for Blacks and people, period. Money is all around the United States. Why are people sending me out of my damn country? Why are they sending us out of our country? Because they doing just what this man is trying to tell us. Mandinka, thank you. Hate that I didn't pronounce your name properly. But
you know what?
You're showing everybody.
You part of the show.
That's right.
You're showing everybody. It's a new team we're building over here.
Thank you.
That's right.
And I'm a team builder, and I don't stick with the team sometimes when I feel like the team going the opposite way, because I like to stick with the truth, whether people like it or not. And I understand I would love to go to Africa to visit. I understand I would love to go to Colombia to visit. I understand passport bros, y'all feel that American women are nothing, but y'all not understanding. Y'all going to other countries getting the same women that y'all feel over here. They just sugarcoated and y'all gaslight. And they gaslight on so many different levels. So I just wanted to kind of intertwine those two together, because some people would think there's no similarity, but it is. They're trying to send us to Africa. If you want to go to Africa and build, if you want to go to Africa and visit, if you want to go to Africa,
first,
do it. But show us how to do it. And y'all know we don't know how to do it. Don't try to ease us out of way we already know, so y'all can slip in, come by the crowd, and listen. Who's that Republican lady, the one that just got caught, the Republican senator or whoever she, Congress, whatever she is, married her brother from another country. She married her brother to get over here. So I don't understand why they try to send us away when we should try to dig and get the money that's here and already in front of us.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm trying to show them. The money is here. Yeah, good job, Queen. 6'2". You see what I'm saying? Yeah. See, this is what we doing over here, man. Now, if y'all want to hang out with the real scholars and the real people that believe in empowering their people, come over here. The DJ Genesis, the Lions Den, and JJ7K TV. We're not playing with y'all no more. Y'all do that arguing, all that wasted energy for nothing.
And
what is it doing for us?
Right.
Go ahead, Queen.
Yeah, because I don't understand it. So when I read a comment that says she's not making any sense, I would like that person to step on stage and start with the Twitter, YouTube / Facebook fingers and get on stage and speak out loud, so that we don't have to keep holding our neck going back and forth in the goddamn chat. We should be able to talk to you on the stage because the link is there. And I like to hear your voice, because once I give you the floor and you've had your turn, I like to interrupt you when you're not telling the truth. So tell me what don't make sense. You're telling me it don't make sense for us to get our money from here. And we've all
Cube, come on up. Come on up and speak your mind.
See, now this is one of the detractors of he said we self-hate, but he don't want the money.
How is it racist? How is it racist? Okay, how
he's
is
a distraction. I mean, I don't say Sarnetta, I don't say nobody's name, but they sent them in. That's it. You just keep watching and learning. Now I'm gonna tell you where you can get some money from. Yeah, you promote communism. He did a debate the other day, ladies and gentlemen, trying to promote communism. You're lucky they ain't extradite you out the goddamn country and send you over to Czechoslovakia somewhere. Then see how you like it over there. Huh? Drinking vodka and eating cold polar sausages or whatever what they call them, whatever they call them. Mediterranean sausages. You see what I'm saying? Bro, you need to get somewhere and sit down, bro. You always trying to go against the grain when we sit up here making sense. Now, you're not coming up here until later. You're not finna mess my show. Go over there where they do all that crazy stuff.
Well, no, he said you sent him the link. You said you sent the link.
He ain't coming up here yet till we get done.
No, he said you texted the link, so we can't. This is not gonna be a warring channel against Sarnetta. It's just that we're gonna be talking about.
It ain't about Sarnetta today. It's about we trying to change the paradigm shift, as 314 would say, and bring out some real stuff to think about. Now, how's she not making sense? And she telling us, you got that right, we don't need to go over there. You don't even want to go over there. Unless you're trying to get back with your goddamn monkey chip ancestors that you say you come from, because you're calling us monkeys. Using goddamn scientific racial goddamn talking points. You are the main problem in here when you run around and tell us black kings and black queens that we come from some goddamn apes. The hell wrong with you? Let's keep going, y'all. That was just a little.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, sometimes he knows. Yeah, go ahead, Queen.
Sometimes you have to get it off your chest, especially when you're sitting amongst people that don't mind listening and hearing you. And then when they do respond, they don't respond with nothing idiotic, simple, and silly, and stupid, and asinine.
Well, no, I'm just trying to figure out if it's racist. How is it racist?
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, leave it out until we get done. Now, let's get back to the $14 trillion that I'm trying to talk about.
Right there.
I don't know what the hell you talking about, Q. I don't know what you talking about. He forgot he texted me the link for it. Oh, all right, if I did that, man, let me come in here cutting up, dude. That's all I got to tell you. Now, where was that? You got representatives like Kerry Bush,
And I want to say something, and y'all know me. Thank you so much. You know me, sometimes it seems like I'm getting off topic, but no, I know how to bring it back to what we're talking about. I'm going to go back and I'm going to just throw something out there. I don't know, Mandika, if you're familiar with the Anton Massey case, the young man that went and posted, the young man that escaped. He escaped and exposed the things that are going on in the New Orleans system. The point that made me bring it up is this. If you've seen a condition, even though that's private property that the jail is on, but if you've seen the conditions of that jail, I don't give a damn whether they're supposed to be there or not. They're there. Right. And people forgetting the fact that we pay tax money for all reasons, even if they're bad reasons, we still pay tax money. So if you're not taking care of the jails, you're not taking our tax money and you're not putting it towards the jail that we're paying for, where is that money going? People not understanding there's so much money to hold these prisoners in systems over time and knowing they already bonding out. It's a money thing. So if there's so much money locked in our economy, where is all the money at? So people not understanding, this is why you need to open up your eyes and see where the money at. You got to learn how to follow the money trail. Because honestly, you never know what's owed to you. It's a lot more owed to us than people will honestly believe. They're taking, they're stealing. The government's stealing from all of us. And they're lining their own pockets. Money is everything.
Yeah.
It's going back to what you're saying. Nobody wants to talk about those particular conversations, and it always boggles me as to why. And it makes you sit back and think, listen, there's a long line of fraud here, and people don't believe it, but it is. And you got to deal with racism.
I don't even trust that Black Lives Matter stuff. I don't trust that. They was embezzling the money, sending it to one of they goddamn Democrats. I forget that guy's name. Soros. You know, giving him the money. That's where it goes. They didn't allocate that to none of our neighborhoods or put it into black construction businesses or none of that.
Right.
They did. So we're gonna stop with that. That's what I'm saying, man. That's the stuff we need to talk about. Now, let's get back to the money. Q. Now, the debate over reparations for Africans formerly enslaved in the United States and their descendants is not new. See, this has been going on since 1783. Belinda Sutton, who was born in eastern Ghana, kidnapped at the age of 12 and enslaved in Massachusetts, petitioned for a newly independent commonwealth. You see? And was awarded a pension of 15 pounds and 12 shillings. You know how much that was back then? She was balling. Let's just put it like that. From the estate of her former owner, about 4,000 today's money. I mean, well, you know, she got the cash. It ain't really balling for what we went through, but back then, hey, she was balling for back then. You know, 4 G's. You know how much you can probably spend for a penny or 5 cents, however it went. You know, you probably get like 5 or 6 different things. I don't know how it went, but the money stretched out a little bit further. Now, on January 16, 1865, Civil War General William T. Sherman issued a special field order number 15. Sherman confiscated coastal land between Charleston, South Carolina, but now they're taking land that don't belong to them. See, that's old to you. You want us, just like she said, you want us to just forget that and go to Africa and start over. And guess what? They're gonna be looking at us like, what the hell are they doing here?
Because you're the new foreigner. You done became the new foreigner. Why would I want to do that? I'll go visit. I don't want to learn how to eat goulash. I don't want to learn how to eat again.
You know, I have a question. So we have land here that we're entitled to, but we're
Exactly.
trying to go to a whole other country
Right.
and try to make it happen over there. But then we have to funnel money from America over there to be able to survive. They're not
Exactly.
going to give us
Make it
jobs
make
in
sense.
Africa.
And not only that,
Make
not
it
only
make sense. Yeah, that's right.
And I
Make it
have
make
Mighty
sense.
Hebrew sat there and told he did a whole live talking about it was called America's Decline, but he broke it down where he talked about the fact that when you go over to Africa, it's a whole nother system. He
not,
talked
Yeah.
about the fact that they're not going to hire you when you get over there.
not
Yeah.
only
And
that,
after he shows this, I'm going to show you a little bit of that video because people have a rosy-eyed view of what Africa is.
right. And
And
that's
we're
not
so
right.
busy trying to get back over there, but they're trying to get over here because it ain't what we think it is.
And
Now,
it's
it's nothing wrong with loving your motherland and where you come from, your roots, but you
and
just
going
can't
to
just go back over there and plant yourself. You don't know
exactly.
what the hell going on. And I listen, I've been there the whole time Mighty Hebrew been over there. And he just told me the ups and he done told me the downs of what's going on. Now he started really know what the hell going on.
Right.
He got a better life with his new wife.
And not only that,
Congratulations.
and what people are missing also, it doesn't matter where you go at. So far, I've been to 4 countries, and I'm planning on going to 3 or 4 more, 3 more. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter where you go at. You still need support from the inside as well. Everybody be so quick to go to Africa, but you don't see them setting up to be the support system to show you the ropes over in Africa. They don't have time to show you the real ropes as to how you can go over there and build and do this and do that. But it also begs the pardon to me. If you could send me over to Africa to build so much, why would you want me there and you not over there building to have all this gloriful $1 billion worth of wealth? Or why are you trying to get me? Because you know why? They know the money is better over here. It's more opportunity over there. So you want to send me over there so I can have to learn how to plant eggs and learn how to grow chickens. Then I can start planting the roots. Or then I can start learning how to drive a car. No, it's the same. No.
Crazy. And then you got to know people. You got to know somebody over there. You just can't pop up. Somebody who knows what's going on.
Or
So
at least
that's what I say. But let's get back to the money though, because I really want people to see to get that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, but we gonna jump back in. I mean, this is an open panel for us. This ain't just about me.
No, that's good. I like it. I try to tie the money part in because we talking about money that we deserve, even though I know you talking about for New York.
Right. Yeah, we talking about the money we did, and all this. Like I said, Tariq Nasheed, if you're out there listening, you better get with Lockjaw. You better get with Lockjaw, the Labor and Working Class History Association, and they can lead you in the right path of what the hell going on. All this little individualism, you ain't really into politics like that. They leading you to the water. Now, it's up to you to drink. See? Now let's keep going. All right, where was we at? Okay, yeah. So on December 18, 1865, during congressional debate over Reconstruction Acts, Congressman Thaddeus Stevens of Pennsylvania argued that the government has freed 4 million slaves without a hut to shelter them, with no money in their pockets. The infernal laws of slavery have prevented them from acquiring an education, understanding the common laws of contract. Like they 281 years ahead of us economically. We want that back.
Right.
And this fool Taz up here talking about he's against reparations. And a couple of others in the community, you gotta be ashamed of yourself. And you claim that you study Black history. How could you miss this part? These are the generouses coming out of these goddamn platforms that we gotta separate from. And do our thing in our circle. They can be on the outside peeking in, hating.
Telling you.
Or still not talking points. Then now you want to talk about it. But if you do talk about it, that's what you're supposed to be doing. Not this other madness. Okay, so let's get back to it. So where was I at? I'm sorry, y'all. I get a little, y'all know how I do. All right, so the infernal laws of slavery have prevented them from acquiring, like I said, education, understanding the common laws of contract. See, they didn't even understand how to, barter and bid. You know what I'm saying? In their system. Now, when they was when the first slaves that came over here, they knew, what was going on in their own country and how they did business. You see what I'm saying? Watch it from South Africa. Thaddeus sat down. Watching from South Africa, Johannesburg, right now. That's right. Welcome to the DJ Genesis, the Lions Den. The Lions is in the building. You know what I'm saying? This is what we do. Subscribe to her channel, DJ Genesis Detroit. Subscribe to Lions Den. You got to find that by typing in JJ7000 and Lions Den. Then subscribe to JJ7K TV. We the real home of the truth. We ain't running around in fancy outfits looking like Cleon Goose. You see, we ain't out here lying, talking about we comedics and all that, and got there running around with big unks on their necks. You see, keeping us divided. We finna bring real things and make you think and stuff to fight for. Like this right here. This should be the main topic right here. Let's keep going. These guys playing around. All right, so look at this. So contracts or managing the ordinary businesses of life. This Congress is bound to provide for them until they can take care of themselves. This was supposed to be the plan. The Congress was, we need to hold y'all accountable and get back to that if y'all said y'all was gonna do it. That this Congress is bound to provide them until they can take care of themselves. We need 281 years back if we do not furnish them with homesteads. Heads of protection. You see? But y'all want to talk about this stuff that don't even make sense and tearing each other down every day. Docking up documents and doxing and all this lip boxing. Go ahead. You want to speak for a second, Queen? Go ahead, Queen 6'2".
You got it. Hey, I was just having some Kool-Aid.
All right, yeah, drink your Kool-Aid. Chill out. You know, get with the vibe. You know, this Congress is supposed to provide us until they can take care of themselves. When have we been able to take care of ourselves? When? Sadly, Stevens was right. The United States failed to provide the homesteads and to implement protective laws and deserved that the extraction, the curse of history. That's Congressional Globe 39/1, 1865, 72. Go look it up. See, this is what we need to be talking about. That's right. You got a big ass platform over there and you ain't bringing this out. So we're going to start from the bottom. Then when we at the top, we here. That's right. Now, in February 1866, Stevens introduced the amendment to the Freedmen's Bureau Bill, authorizing the distribution of confiscated Confederate lands to freedmen, to each male person who is the head of the family, 40 acres. Remember, and look, this is here. Like you said, they owe us 40 acres. See, the one they just sit there, hey, brother from South Africa, they be sitting in their trolls over here. The one that's working for them and trying to keep it. Oh, what's he talking about? Man, go sit down somewhere. You know, you're very intelligent. You know what we're talking about, Q. Go play. This ain't the time for your shenanigans, brother. For real. The amendment, look, 40 acres to each widow who is the head of a family, 40 acres. They done killed off the men. See, why they do widows and they're hanging us and doing everything else ungodly to it. The amendment lost in the House of Representatives by a vote conveniently. Oh, no, don't hit the vote. 126 to 37. God, I mean, come on. Stevens introduced the bill again the next year, but once again, it failed to pass in the Senate. So why ain't we working to get what Stevens started off? Why ain't we recreating this bill? We want that goddamn land. And y'all acting like some simpletons in front of the community, acting like you scholarly and too smart to goddamn sniff your own ass when it stank. You know it stank. In the Senate, Charles Sumner of Massachusetts argued that Reconstruction would be incomplete unless the same way or another we secured to the freedmen's piece of land. But you some idiots out here. Let's keep going. Now, between 1890 and U.S. entry into World War I in 1917, there were several proposals that would have provided a federal pension to formerly enslaved Africans. 1894 Senate bill would have provided formerly enslaved African Americans with a one-time payment up to $500 plus a small monthly payment. I mean, they didn't kiss our. Man, are you serious? Ain't nobody's going for that. $500? And all the pension efforts failed. Then, in November 1989, John Conyers introduced a House Bill, H.R. 3745, to create a $40 billion federal education fund to support Black college and trade school students as a form of restitution for enslavement and rape. You can add all the health and all that to it. Yeah.
But I think that Trump has ended all that stuff. That's what's crazy is that all these different things that have been done, he is reversing all this stuff, even down to the point where he's actually. Do you know that he's actually putting something together? All of our African American museums, he's trying to get them sold off. I think there's one in Tennessee or somewhere or Alabama that he's trying to actually sell the museums. He wants to get rid of all the black museums. What's happening with this new regime is they're trying to remove. They want to just remove us and make a whole white state, a whole white. They feel like America is white, but it's never been white.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
You said that Trump is trying to remove a couple of the black museums.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Like, why would Trump be on that level? Like, that's not a Trump level.
But he's doing it. Because I guess the government is paying for these museums. So anything the government is paying for, he is doing certain things because he's doing under Doge, right?
But if it's a museum,
X amount of money is going towards this, we don't need that. So let's get rid of this. That's one thing we don't need to put money towards, you know.
But if it's a museum in your city, that's your city. If it's a museum in your county, that's your county. Then if it's a museum in your state, that's the governor. So what goes on in your state? I don't understand how Trump, and I like Trump, and then I don't like Trump, and I'm being honest with you. But I want to say what if it doesn't make kind of sense, or can you say it to me where it make a little bit more sense? Because I don't know, why would Trump be up there worried about a museum here? I understand that he play a role in this Job Corps. Now, if you want to talk about the Job Corps situation, which I think that would be more suitable, that I would feel Trump would have something to do with, but I don't understand what he would do with black community. But now, if y'all want to talk about Job Corps, cutting Job Corps affects our black community and people not even fighting for Job Corps. That's a topic that actually I took off of my schedule, but I need to put it back on there because when we want to talk about where money is going at, Mandika, maybe you and I can also team up and talk about Job Corps as well. They're taking away all the Job Corps. They were supposed to end, but the judge that affects our teenagers. Remember these same teens that have to become adults. They can go and get a trade. Now we want to talk about that. Now I'm not discrediting you, DJ. I'm only saying I would like you to show me where Trump will play a role with a museum, because if Trump don't play a role in closing down museums, what I suggest you do is go back in your city, because that's when you need to start with your commissioners.
Okay, because as we're talking about like reparations, right? At the same time, all the things that we're talking about, like he is trying to remove, like, so it's on a New York Times article where it breaks it down, but you have to pay to do the rest of it. So I'm just going to use like the AI, Google search to explain what's going on. We don't
have to talk about it. I understand.
Concerns have been raised regarding a potential impact on African American history and cultural institutions following a recent executive order issued by President Trump. This order called for the removal of what he deemed improper ideology and divisive narratives from Smithsonian museums. This has sparked fears of historical and cultural erasure among critics. Now, this is a New York Times article. So, executive order and Smithsonian. President Trump's executive order aimed to remove exhibits that divide Americans based on race from the Smithsonian Institution. The order specifically mentioned the National Museum of African American History and Culture, NMAAC, HC, as being under the influence of a divisive race-centered ideology. Exhibit rotation controversy. Critics questioned the rotation of certain exhibits out of the NMAAC, suspecting a connection to the executive order. For example, reports mentioned the removal of a lunch counter from the Greensboro sit-ins in addition to the history of the Negro race in America. White House and Smithsonian response. The White House stated it had no involvement in the removal of any exhibit. The Smithsonian denied removing objects for the reason other than standard loan agreements and preservation needs. They stated that Greensboro lunch counter remains on display. grant cuts, federal grant cuts for Black history sites. This is what I'm saying. It's all under Doge. So what they're doing is they're using Doge to do it, but people are saying it's because of Trump's like idea thing that they're saying that he's trying to remove anything that's like going to cause a racial divide.
Okay,
all right. So the executive order and subsequent events have sparked alarm bells at museums and other institutions in Washington, D.C., raising concerns about a broader cultural overhaul and potential censorship of historical narratives, particularly regarding race.
Mm-hmm.
So in summary, there's a concern and debate surrounding the impact of President Trump's executive order on institutions like the National Museum of African American History and Culture and other African American cultural sites. While the White House and Smithsonian have denied removing them due to political pressure, the order and subsequent events, including grant cancellations, have raised anxieties about the potential for censorship and preservation of African American history. So I'm not trying to take it away from what Mandik is saying. I just want to like let people know that even all these things about reparations and stuff like that, he is trying to get rid of anything like this. With everything that Mandik is saying, he is trying to get rid of anything that is showing like a disparity racially between African Americans and Caucasians. So therefore, a lot of like these reparation points are probably going to get muddled in the water. I just want to make that.
Let them close. Look, we'll take down closings of some of these museums, and then when we get our money, we'll make our own goddamn museums. How about that? With the real researchers who went out there and did it. Damn them museums. If you're saving money, yeah, you close on all that useless stuff. The gold toilets y'all using, them expensive trips, bust them all, hey, find them, and use that money towards what we have to do. We need more than 14 trillion. Now let's get back to the business. Hold up. But that's a good point. But Trump is just one man. See? He cannot defeat us united. That's what I'm talking about. Trump is just one idiot that they put up there, and he really a goddamn puppet. But Trump ain't as bad as everybody's saying he is. He's
using executive order.
I was waiting on my turn.
Policy that Biden was over there trying to make friends and let Iran do what the hell they want. So we ain't even gonna talk about that. I'd rather have somebody up there that's gonna defend the land that we in, and letting everybody come over the goddamn border. That's another problem, because now they taking our jobs, and now they trying to replace us with them. So let's keep it moving. But that's my viewpoint on it, DJ Genesis. I understand you bringing that out, but I'm just saying, we need to be dealing with stuff like this. Look at this. Look at this. Put me on the big screen, please. Look up. Mass killing right here in Chicago. Look, 17 dead. See, this is what's affecting us. Can y'all see that? Right there, I sent it to you. We can check it out some other time, but that's what I'm talking about. So let's get back to the money, and then we can talk about something else. I know I'm kind of dragging it out, but that's just part of the slow process of learning and trying to build together. And all this microwave stuff. You know what I'm saying? They don't. These other platforms don't appreciate when people really bring out information like this. They want to tear them down. You know.
That's why we need to do this more often.
Oh, for sure. This the first of many. We got 3 headquarters right here, JJ7K TV, and the Lions Den, where we already built up over there. So you gonna come? You can get a spot anytime you want. Go live and we talk about it. Okay. Bring on some more sisters. It's like mine.
Hey DJ, if you don't mind letting me know, like giving me the information or dropping the link.
Yeah.
Up for us to meet again.
I send an email or something, and then we can set up shows for you. Can bring you over to. I think you did a couple of shows somewhere else, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I did.
Yeah, I seen you.
Oh, you? Yeah. Oh my. Was I getting down?
Get it in, sis.
Listen, do I rattle their ass or they tail pin?
Yeah, I said, what is Queen 6? I said, Queen 6'2". God damn.
Hey, you better not. Hey, don't make me stand up on you. I'll still be going factors. Don't make me stand up on you. That one.
Nah, I already know. Hey, you tell her, hey, little sis, you better sit down somewhere.
Child, don't make me stand. Mandika, don't make me stand up, make like I got to go use the bathroom like they do.
Some of us can climb tall mountains and trees. You know, but anyway, that's for another time. Hey, let's keep it going. All right, so let's get back to the article. That's what we're gonna do. All right.
And you know she a Capricorn. Capricorns and Virgos go well together.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
Who is a Virgo?
Virgo.
And you know it's Virgo season. You know it's Virgo season for me. This when me and Virgos really get along. We mesh like a Scorpio, but sometimes you got to put them to the side for a second and get back with your Virgos, because your Virgos know how it's supposed to go.
Y'all hear that, Virgos? It's our season.
Earth signs.
All you Virgo man, you better. Hey, go ahead. Yeah. We're talking about unifying and black love, and you know what I'm saying? Matching, pairing people that are supposed to be together. And, y'all ain't ready for this type of high level information we trying to do over here.
Listen,
go ahead, keep talking, because I'm find an article again. I lost it.
So I'm getting ready to start doing a dating dilemma show for me. I'm gonna do a online dating thing for me to see what man that can just sit and talk to me side by side. I said I got to get this dating dilemma going. I said I think I'll start doing that on Sundays, and I do have a men only lounge too. So you got to make sure you come and see me.
Yeah,
okay. Well, hold on. Let me just ask you this. Now, you do on your channel. Let me say you got different shows on your channel when you say you got the men's lounge. So the men's come in and talk stuff, or what? How that go?
Yes, men, just me and my men. Yeah. It's called a men only man cave.
Okay.
I'm raised with all men. I'm an only girl.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But no, we don't turn into no. What's that guy name? He was always Stevens, or what was that guy name? That just passed away?
Kevin Samuels.
Yeah, no, I'm talking. I was going against the Kevin Samuels goddamn posse. They tattooing his goddamn face on their thigh, and I'm like, this is getting weird. Kevin Samuel boots with his face out. I mean, what is this?
Wait a minute.
But he putting down the women like they pieces of just nothing, because they want to listen to his advice. But a lot of them want to put themselves in that position and let them do it. A lot of them should have cut them out.
You know what? What I need to do, I need to make sure that I get your information, because I want to send you. I don't know how much time you got. I'm gonna send you a short I did on Kevin Samuels. He did a 60-second short. I turned that short into 59 minutes. I say, how dare you use these words? Because you know how I get when I go to talking junk. I dissected every period, every second. I say, hell no, this man said too much in 60 seconds. So I'm gonna have to send that over to you. I say, I don't know, how did he raise these sassy cats like that?
Hey, a bunch of them guys was mad at 7,000, man. What you doing talking about Kevin? I said, who Kevin? Who the fuck is Kevin?
I wish I knew it.
Wait a minute, who's Kevin? I said, Kevin Samuels, nigga. I said, who?
But you know what? That's the subject too. Is why is there a focus on creating a divide within the black woman and the black man? That's another issue within our community we need to address.
He was paid to do it,
and that's why I want people to know about my men only man cave. Because if you come in my man cave, you'll see the only one that'll say something about a woman would be me. Men, I don't allow the men to come in and disrespect the women. And they are real men. They're men, Mandinka, that really remind me of you, where they would love to meet you.
Right.
I'm telling you, the type of men that I deal with. I'm an only girl. Yeah. And the shortest one in the family. So you don't think I can get along with men? And then the men, the way they treat you, I'm saying, if the women pay attention, you'll notice the men treat me how I treat them. I treat them with respect. They return it. Right. That's what the game is. It's not about me or her. It's about
you. Black man, we need that.
So if you get a chance, go ahead and subscribe to her channel. Queen Didi said it. That's her channel.
Yeah, put it in the chat. Hey, put my channel on the chat and the Lions Den too. You know what I'm saying? We for the network. I know you had a channel. Now we're gonna be promoting your channel.
Yeah, these are the things that we need to do, Mandinka. If we're coming up and we trying to change the streets, it's a lot of people not understanding with Trump. I don't like Trump and I like Trump. I don't like Trump because Trump do not know how to get along well with others in the sandbox. I like Trump because Trump know how to take it. If you nip at it, sometimes you in a position where you can't get it from the top. You got to start chipping at it from the bottom. So when he start talking about taking away immigration, when he start talking about no, your kid do not get birthrights, when he start talking about no China, you're not going to keep taking advantage of us. They not understanding if you got your boots on the ground, if you let those type of jobs work itself out, you will notice you can make money in your own country. If you could send them back to where they're supposed to be respectfully.
Right.
And if they came here illegally, you go back to your own country and show me you can build your own country up the way you come here helping me build mine, but you're not appreciating me. So Trump only trying to show you if you're ready. He's showing you how to get back to the money, but you got to clear all the wood, all the dead and debris out. You got to search in the wood to see where can you chip at and start making things crumble so these goddamn houses could come down.
So do you think it's a thing where Trump is like, okay, there's too many people in the United States?
That's not what he's saying.
No. Listen, do you
that's
think that when he
said? Start right. He never said he don't want anybody here that's not. He said he don't want you here if you're illegal. Do you know what happens when you go to other countries? They don't let you stay. And when you have a baby over there, your baby is not of their country. So why is it in our country we can do it? And the price is so high, but we can't do it in other countries. Think about this. When the Mexicans come over here and work, if you as an American know this job is worth $25 an hour, but we got so many immigrants undercutting us because they're not paying taxes. What do you think happened to the hardworking American? I don't care your color. If you're legal, it's going to affect you too. If you're illegal, you don't have no affection to it other than getting caught. We take the rap for that. So he's just trying to put the finances back together. Pay attention to it.
I want to show y'all. I want to show y'all real quick what Mighty Hebrew said. This is a really good live I did. It's a really good live I did. He said a lot, and I want you guys to check it out if you guys get a chance. It was a 3-hour live. I can't play the whole thing, but I will go let him make a few points. But let's go into it.
So he heard how that white Africanian, murdered his wife. You know what I'm saying? And there's these same people that he claimed was being oppressed and suppressed in South Africa are doing major crimes in the United States as we speak right now. So the point that we're saying is that's like hypothetical if I, come into Baba's house and I take control of his house and I put him in the basement and then I say, this is my house. And then 100 years later, his great grandchildren, they rise up from out the basement and they take over the house, take control what belong to them. You know what I mean? To the point like, y'all got to leave from this land. And then some outsiders come in and act like there's some type of injustice that took place. But in fact, this is the time of retribution now. And judgment is at hand. And whoever is sitting in the authority seats of judgment, they're going to be judged. You know what I'm saying? So, and these people have been tried, judged, sentenced, and now conviction is at hand. And this is all a part of a pronunciation that our forefathers and foremothers understood. When you get into many African Edenic spiritual systems, we all had that type of prognosticated mind state when it pertains to the future of our people. We've seen this in movies like Wakanda. We've seen this, just study in Ifa traditions and Hebraic traditions and indigenous traditions that we always had our seers, our prophets and prophetesses that understood the sign of the time. And we're also seeing this grassroots movement, this catharsis, so to say, throughout the continent, resurrecting the minds of the people throughout Africa. We're seeing the rise of the Kubula in Mount Kenya in Kenya, East Africa, identifying themselves as the tribe of Asher, rising up. We see the Yanumbi people in the northern part of Tanzania rising up. Israelites all over the Igbo, these different tribes that's recognizing themselves as the children of Israel. When we go into the book of Daniel, miscalled Daniel, chapter 2.
For a second.
Go ahead.
Hey, I wanted to ask a question. And I know you introduced the video, and I'm not being funny, but can you tell me like what are we listening for him to tell us? And I'm not being funny because I'm trying to get my mind on track because I'm kind of feeling like what is he talking about? That's honestly how I feel. And Mandinka, don't act like you don't feel like that. Because I know you saying what? Because I want honestly, because what we was talking about, what were you saying Like what?
I'm actually sharing a video, so and texting somebody, so I blacked out on what he was saying. But if you see something,
I was actually trying to show you a little bit a different but I was a little bit earlier in the video. I was supposed to go a little bit further into the video. My bad.
Okay. No.
I was trying to wait for it to get to the point where I was trying to make, but yeah, that's so he was saying all that stuff. Let me like fast forward it. You know, but he is a Hebrew, so he's gonna like start quoting the Hebrew Israelites but there's a point he was trying to make is that what's happening in society right now, as far as the decline of America, but then he gets into the misconception about Africa. So let me I hope this is the right point. I was trying to get to the point where he talks about that.
Within our structure and for those to come back to Africa. But again, like I said, that's still not going to stop the 1/3. But these are tools of experience, so we know what to expect and what not to expect. You know what I mean? And it's a shame, and I want to say rest in completeness to all the sisters that made transition, repatriating. There was another incident right here in Tanzania, in Dar es Salaam. It was a married couple, an older couple from out of Philly. They got here before me, but the incident happened while I was here. But I'm 10 hours away. I'm in Moshi. They were in Dar es Salaam, so they was waiting for their property to come from the United States on the boat. So when their property was shipped, came on the ship, inspectors, they got to inspect your property, and they found like a shell, a bullet shell, a rifle bullet shell. It was nothing. It was just a bullet shell. So they wind up locking the couple up. So when they locked the couple up, the lady, she's an older woman in her 60s, her late 60s. The cell was very, very cold, and she kept complaining. And they didn't take the complaint. A few days later, they found the lady dead. They found the lady dead in the cell. You see what I'm saying? So, and there's more behind that, but that's another topic. The point that I'm saying is, when you come into Africa, don't look for no handouts.
Right. So that's why you have to find your community there, find the FBA community that's in Africa, and then work with them and understand that you cannot really try to integrate within the African society. What about jobs there? It's hard to work.
No jobs.
DJ, pause it.
Not for you.
Pause that, DJ.
See,
that's the part I was trying to play, is when it gets into, because people want to talk so bad about America, right?
Come on.
And we need to like go over to another country and make it happen over there, but we don't understand that. So that's what I was trying to like get to. I'm sorry, my bad.
That's what I was trying to tell you about. I've been to about 4 countries, and I know each one of those countries I've been to, I can show you the footage. Hey, don't make me call on these phones. I know they're no different than the United States. Their country just feels smaller because they're really surrounded by more water than us. That's what it is. Because when you go over there, they live the same way. They got regular streets just like here. They got regular buildings just like here. So why are they running over here? You don't think it would be the same thing going to Africa? I'm only saying, they say gaslighting. No, that's not gaslighting. And I'm only looking at it not going to Africa, but have been to other countries before. So if every country I've been to, the struggle is not real. They could build. They can't build, but you could go to Africa and you could build. But a lot of the Nigerians are scamming Americans. I mean, It has to make sense.
Honey, I can't tell you how many people I've gotten on my Facebook like, "Hey, I love you.
Would you
you send me some money because I'm struggling hard here? I love you though. Can we be friends? All that stuff." I'm like, no. But Mandika, I want to make sure that Mandika don't think I'm just taking the spotlight around from what he's saying, because it all connects. It all connects together.
It connects back to money.
What happens is that we will get real caught up in hating America and think the grass is greener on the other side. I'm trying to show it ain't that green. So you better be careful. You better be focusing on what's going on here and make it right for you here, because this is your homeland. And am I wrong for saying that?
So DJ, can you do me a favor, DJ? And we're going to take, because I know that you're not a fan of Trump, but can we take him off the table for a second? So when you make that type of statement, you're not wrong for that. But I would like to ask you
But do
this.
you know how many people left the country because Trump got elected?
Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. I didn't make my statement. I said take Trump off the table, please. Take Trump off the table. We ain't talking about Trump. When I say this, I want you to take Trump off the table. Do you think it's right that we should be paying for immigrants that are illegally here? Yes or no? I take it. Do you think it's right? Yes or no?
No.
Do you think it's right that you should be able to stay here and you illegally came here? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Do you think if we got rid of some of the illegal immigrants, see, this is how we start building our economy back, and this is how we start building wealth. So if we only take all the illegal immigrants from here, you don't think there's going to be a shift in employment? Because if you're illegal, listen.
Well, here's the thing.
Yes or no? Yeah, no, we're not talking about here's the thing. You got to get to the point. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes you got to know how to take
Somewhat, because there's certain jobs that black. Wait,
like Trump. No, you're not being fair.
That's a stereotype. That's a myth.
You're not being.
What's
fair.
a myth? What I didn't even get to make that point.
No, but I said take Trump off the table. If you're only talking about Trump,
I'm not talking about Trump. I'm talking about
real quick. Hold on, yeah, real quick. That is a stereotype that they just throw it out. Well, there's jobs that we don't want to do it. No. I'm on a roof right up there with them. And all that, they the hardest workers. I'm not. It's really individual. It's the individual. It don't matter what color you in, but that's a stereotype. That they the hardest workers. I've been in construction with them. It's just that we being blackballed from these certain trades.
And you'll make the money you're really supposed to be making. Imagine if they're undercutting you and you're making $14, $15 an hour, and you know in your heart you done went to school and everything. You done went and worked for that degree, paying off student loans and stuff. And then you got illegals over here that's undercutting you and you can't see it. Don't you think that's going to make the employee have to now start looking at who's legal? And if you're legal, you know you can't do me any kind of way because we'll crash your job. And nowadays we can boycott you. You get what I'm saying? But you got to clear the weeds before you can get back to the roots.
Okay. The only thing is, okay, so is this a lie right here?
Which one?
Hold on, let me show it. Hold on, my bad.
No, you got to show me some facts now. If it's something, come on.
Is this a lie that the ICE raids are causing hey, what's up, Sonetta? That the ICE raids are causing the farms all the food to rot. Okay, so because they raided all the people that were working at the farms, and now the food is rotting, and no one wants to go and work on these farms. So
wait. But sometimes, in order for you to wait, now you got to be fair again, and this is where you ain't gonna take people off the table. The thing of it is, you're talking about, this, and the food is going to rot. So that's telling you right there why a lot of Americans can't get jobs, because half of them in there even illegal. So what happens to the black people that we have that are farmers because they daddy them were farmers? What does that mean? So what happens to the people that's here? Y'all end up, see how you move the system? Because now you just push them where they would have probably been, making sure that we got healthier food that's been planted instead of now you just throwing what you want to throw out there in the air from us. So you done moved them from being farmers, and now you push them in a little community as black people, because y'all know we own a whole lot of them goddamn farms. We done moved them out the way, so we done triggered things. So things don't have to go rotten in order for you to replant them and they will grow back right. I don't get that. But I
want to welcome to the stage, Sonetta. Welcome to the stage. Hey, Sonetta, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I just want to ask JJ a question.
Okay.
Hey, JJ, the woman in your avatar, is that still your woman? The woman
in the avatar is still my woman.
Yeah, is that still you married?
Yeah, I saw her right now.
All right, so what I want to say is have you ever heard me as a man talk about your woman? Call her a bitch, shut the fuck up. Have I ever like that?
Let me show you this. Bro.
What gives you the right?
You deal with that on another show, all right? Because no. Your wife is just, she don't even respect you. She don't respect you, nigga. So get your bitch ass out of here and go side with Judah Nazareth, the one that called her a bitch. You dumb motherfucker. You dumb as fuck. You picked the motherfucker that said he'll kill them, her kids. You too stupid. Why would you bring your stupid ass up here? Talking about what? The pot keep you on the goddamn beefing with everybody. So man, get it. Call me, nigga. You call me, bro. I told you she made 3 fucking videos about me. You didn't do shit. So get your ass out of here. Get your stupid ass out of here, nigga.
I got that blunt
you with Judah Nazareth who call her a goddamn being a hoe every goddamn day. And then she want to blame them pictures on everybody. Now I'm gonna go there, nigga.
Now I got the sick of weed. I got the blunt weed. I got blunt weed. Blunt sage.
Yeah. You know what? You up here defending her, and she up here talking sex talk to other niggas. They got it on tape. She up here going over with Killer Priest, dogging you out, and there's somebody who got your goddamn back trying to build a platform up. You trying to attack me and act like I'm wrong?
Is that too? That's a man coming on here acting like that?
No, that was Sanetter. That was Sanetter.
That was a lady or a man?
No, that was Sanetter, and he was saying that, you know, I guess he felt like that, you know, he never.
Hey, we ain't trying to hear that.
No, I was just saying if it was a man, because I know women like that. They always say women do stuff like that. I was just saying, was he a man coming over here? He was fighting for his woman.
Yeah, you know what it was? He was a mannequin, and that was Nepal pretending to have his voice. That wasn't Sanetter, not the son that I know. Not the son that I know. The supposed to be conscious Sanetter, that couldn't be him. Talking about you disrespecting my wife. No, if your wife is in the arena, causing trouble, disrespecting your platform, she don't even respect you or the people that she will bring up there, bro. And you want to air this out in public? I called you early today. You could have talked to me behind the scene, but you want to come over here because this ain't what you talking about. See? Sage your ass up on out of here. Get those spirits out of here.
I'm staging them. I'm staging.
Right.
I got my blunt. I pulled out the blunt sage.
Your dumb ass. You sitting over there. You called me yesterday. We finna eradicate. They've been calling me this P lead for a long time. And their leader over there is the one that's doing it, right? And then you want to align yourself with all of them after their leader gone. So that tells me you in this for goddamn debaters and views.
What?
How can you align yourself with Judah Nazareth? He the nastiest one in the goddamn community, the most wickedest one. And then you called me and said, we're gonna go to war over here. And that's all right, bet. They've been slandering me in the Lions Den for about 4 or 5 days. Let me. And as soon as I get to talking, your wife running her mouth, over talking people, you can't control her.
That's a shame.
It's all about her. But you called me to go to war. Don't call me again. I can do my own war. Now let's get back to it, y'all. This is the problem in the community.
Yeah, I got the sage. I got the blunt sage right here.
Mm-hmm.
Cut them out just like that.
So let's talk about some of them other bullet points. I put the article in there. You can put it I put it in the chat. And let's continue to talk about the money that's owed to us, and not did you call her this and that? Man, stop it, bro. I've been warning you.
That's right.
I've been telling you. Yeah. I sent you a text the other day, man. Hey, you didn't go get your wife. They over there calling her B's and H's over there on the panel that you aligned yourself with.
His wife?
He aligned
himself. So wait. What is going on? Okay, so let's just get so the
you should bring him up here.
Well, no, I want to know what the I didn't know he was going to do that.
You knew it was going to happen. So now let's get back to it then.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that he was going to do that. I didn't know
what he was going to do.
No, I didn't.
I knew what he was going to do.
You knew what he was going to do. I didn't know that.
You didn't know. You don't know his characteristics. I know what he was going to do. I knew he wasn't going to try to come to and build to this. You know what, JJ? That's some stuff that you're right. We do need to be talking about, because I'm the godfather of consciousness.
That's right.
Forget putting the Abos against the Afros. Forget putting the Christians against the Muslims.
That's right.
Ain't that right, Queen 6'2"?
You don't need to do that. I wouldn't do it.
I thought that it was going to be like, hey, you know, all things aside, what you're saying,
that's right.
What you guys are talking about makes a lot of sense.
Correct.
And I even, you know, I said, hey, this is what we're talking about.
I mean, hey, the things expressed by JJ 7000 is not the words expressed by her, so y'all ain't got to do her wrong.
So what is
Yeah, no, I did not know that was going to happen like that because I think that Sonetta, I look very high for Sonetta, so I didn't think that he was going to be that angry about
What Godfather conscious? You ain't even conscious about the art of war. Why in the hell would you align yourself with the enemies that trying to take your platform down? 7,000 always been behind the scenes talking to you. You've been acting like you cool, and hey JJ, you know. But now you want to. All you're thinking about is some few new tomato can debaters. We past that now. I'm past that now.
That's right.
You can have that over there. I told you I gave you a House of Consciousness debate GOAT title back. The greatest of all time. You can have that. Give it to somebody else, but I'm not representing your brand no more. I'm sticking to it here, Lions Den, and JJ7K TV, and Queen 6.2's platform. We finna build. That's now right. you can get in where you fit in, or you can come over here.
That's right. And I will make sure I subscribe. Everything is in everything. DJ, make sure you send that, please. I'll get it.
Yeah, I get your information, but we ain't got time for these devils coming in here. Look, now I got a free range to speak. Now I got a free range to speak. Here you come. This ain't your platform.
You know what?
She run your platform, bro. You know it. Got you over here trying to keep me and you separating the vibe. We trying to build a community. You fell for the trick. She done brought all her goddamn jabronis over there. A9, god dang it, Domo, Orthodox Moore, all them goofies over there that knew about this shit for 3 years. That's now, right. I'm on the outside, so we just speculate. We don't know. And the only reason I signed up for the season to debate Chris Harris, Domo, and A9, these niggas that be running their goddamn mouth. Running their mouth and running their feet. But I'm done with that. I'm changing to a whole nother paradigm shift.
I don't blame you. And let me ask you a question.
It's kind of changed to this because, honey, we're going through. Listen, Iran. I mean, I don't know what's going on with that. There's like shit falling from the sky. We need to be talking about
all kind of stuff to talk
bigger
about.
shit than there's motherfucking people like. Well, what is that? You know what I'm saying? Is that like a? People think it's an intergalactic war going on. That there's like some kind of galactic war happening. There's a lot of wild shit happening right now.
Right.
Why are we only arguing about like?
Your wife been disrespecting me. You want to know the goddamn truth? When you're sitting up there trying to put up all my goddamn police record, trying to convince the woman to lie on me, all that. I let it go. You let that shit go, nigga. You know goddamn well the pod is the main problem on your channel. Hold up. Y'all keep talking.
What?
Wow, this got like
I got the dig.
We were
put the link in the chat. Put the link in the chat. JT want to jump on.
My God to be. I got a lot of digging through the woods to do.
Is it he on my chat or yours? Because depending on whose chat he's on, we have like about 4 different chats.
Yeah, I shared it to one of my Facebook accounts. I just sent it to the channel. So y'all keep talking.
Yeah, I can't send it to yours. I can only send it to mine. So
yeah, I got it. Yeah, this dude coming over here, man. Mind your business. You didn't want me over there. Mind your damn business. Ain't nobody talking about y'all.
You know what? I will say this is that I don't know what I did not expect that.
Come on.
We were talking about some really good stuff. We were really getting into the thick of some really good things about Trump. I was fixing to show this article talking about the fact that wow, that got thrown off. The ice raids, it leaves the former crops rotting, and so you're saying what you said was that okay, let them rot. So
no.
Is that where we're at? Like okay, let them rot and they'll grow back again.
You can't do that. That's cheating because that's not how it went down. What I said was when you're trying to when you're rebuilding, you don't mean to tell me that you don't reconstruct the house to rebuild it.
And so it had to be torn down.
You got to tear it down, but what are you getting when you tear it down? What are you rebuilding? I would rather get me a new house. But if I have to tear the house that I currently have down and rebuild it, I already got things already laid down. How much more rebuilding I have to do? You think we're going to lose that much food where our country is going to go without? No, that means now. So guess what that just forced them to do? If stuff rotten because we done sent immigrants away that's illegally here, why are those farmers not hiring the right people so we can start?
Because people don't want to work there. People do not want to work there.
People, it's a lot of people out here say they don't have a job. It's a lot of people out here say they don't have a job. So when you say you don't have a job, that means you are not going to tell me that crops over there going down. It's so many homeless people that would definitely move into that if they had this particular news. I'm just saying, be fair. Whether we move the immigrants over or not, if it forced the economy to still move over, because you think the government gonna sit and let all of this food go to waste, and really, come on.
I mean, I don't know.
So the farmers,
they just passed the 2025 that is going to let all the old people like not have Medicaid and all the kids not have Medicaid and all the people not have Medicaid.
See that this is when y'all go to throwing stuff out just because that makes me
I don't know, like and this goes into what JJ said. So if we already been having so we've already had infant and maternal health disparities, limited access, housing segregation, and unemployment. Don't
DJ,
you think
throwing stuff at us? Top. You throwing stuff, DJ. You know good and damn well you throwing all kind of stories at us that you know don't even make sense. You know what? Now we're gonna talk about something that I think is wrong, and I'm gonna be honest with you. We can go back to Job. We can go back to Job Corps. That's some true money that we see that they're taking from our minority black community, legal immigrants. You sit back, you think, have you not heard what's going on with Job Corps?
Yeah, I heard that they like send them all back home. Yeah,
that's something we could talk about because that's something we can trace back to truth. And Trump is behind that. And this is where I say nope.
Well, was Trump behind that or was Doge behind that? That was Doge and that was Elon Musk that actually did that.
Child, Elon Musk don't got no power legally. So we can't even throw him in there.
But if Trump gave him the power and gave him that seat over that,
so Trump can just give a seat in there. Do Elon Musk legally have a seat in there?
No, not legally. But
that's what I'm trying to say. You can't talk.
But do you know that whole thing with that program of that was a Doge thing where they were actually like finding different programs, including I think it was another one that they had gotten rid of that had something to do with sending food and stuff over USAID. So USAID got destroyed, and then through that also Doge was trying to cut the budget, right? This so-called trillions of dollars of a budget. That's why Elon Musk is mad now because he didn't keep him on there and do the whole thing with the Tesla cars or whatever.
We don't care about you, Elon Musk. Sorry, you ain't giving me none of your billions. I mean, Elon Musk, I don't give a damn. You know what I think?
And honestly, that's what Trump should have did. Elon Musk was doing a wag the dog instead of like.
So now he ain't with Elon Musk no more, so we can't even talk about that.
Well, no, but those have done damage already.
I don't think you're trying to shift your mind, DJ. I don't think you. I think what you should really do is go back to the executive bills that are being written, and you should read what those bills really say. And I think when you read what they legally say, not off the video, not off me, you can go get the bill. I think you should go look at the bills, and then I think you should make a synopsis then, because you sending us to like rabbit holes. Like, I mean, like you send us the videos, and we can review videos, especially if we can say pull the legal document, because people nowadays make them pull the legal documents. Because people are going to say anything. They're going to say anything cross here. That's why they don't like me. Because I come in, I say what I said.
Right.
But
That's right.
But if it's the truth, I don't give a damn what your name is. If it's the truth, I don't care if they get mad. They're going to kick me off their stage, or they're going to come in my chat like this fella just did, Luke. He keep coming in my chat. Look in the chat, y'all. Let's see him. He keep coming. He need me to come over there. You know why? Because I kicked the dirt up. But guess what I just threw at him? I said, you wanted me over to your house. I said, what you should have, did you subscribe? He got about 200,000 subscribers.
Them robots, them ain't real subscribers. We talking about the same fella. We talking about the same fella that came up here. Nah, man.
Yeah, I'm like, why do people do stuff like that? Why do they get?
Look. How you got 200 subscribers and you can't even get 10% of that audience when you go live, nigga? You supposed to get 20,000 at least every time you go on the air.
That happens on YouTube, period. Because I got 60,000, and look, I only got like what?
That's what he get. That's what he get for putting all that trash on his goddamn show. Hey, Frankie, you better leave me alone, bro. You can look your wife all on my page right now. It's trolling. Look at it. Let me show you your wife. I told you to get her on a leash, bro. Tell her to stay away from me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this episode is called "We're Not Knowing the Art of Roar."
No, because look, I'm gonna show you. She on my page right now, and she got you out here going left and right against everybody. Hold up, let me show you. So, because it's funny. It's funny that you call and then you come up here, and now she on here on my Facebook. You wicked ass niggas, get you something to do. Go back and beefing with each other. Leave me the hell alone. Here, let me show y'all. Look, here you go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this episode is called.
Put it on the big screen real quick. Look, this 5 minutes ago. Look, 5 minutes ago, she all on my page. Look.
Buttercup for these goddamn bitch ass
Oh
niggas.
my goodness!
Right there.
Let me see. Oh, you long-winded.
Look, listen to it.
Wow.
Listen to it.
Oh, okay, see, hold on. We need to work on.
No, these damn fake ass niggas. What you need to work on is drawing a fucking line and knowing when a motherfucker's against your household. But now you inviting them in so they can cause more confusion and chaos after all the shit they talk. So now they call me to go against these niggas. And here you go. In the fucking way like always.
Oh, no.
Ain't no peace trade.
Why can't I?
It's always about the power. I bring it out. You know what? You a buzzkill. You fuck up every goddamn show. I ain't gonna bite my goddamn tongue to be over there. Sick of you with this bullshit. Just like you over there arguing with a whole bunch of men the other day on to the panel. At the car saying you need to get your girl. They call you bitches and hoes over there, and now you want to be friends with them. How slow can you fucking be?
You know
what? But everybody else running their fucking mouth. Now you know what? Shut the fuck up. You don't need to be in the middle of this shit. But you gotta be there, don't you?
I should be raging out. Nobody.
You don't want to shut the fuck up. Even so, let it tell your ass that.
Nobody.
Wait, here, hold on. Here's the thing. Where is this from? Where is this conversation happening at? What is going on?
You already trying to look. Don't act. Hold up, let me tell you something about me.
No, I'm saying where was this conversation at? Where is there a video of it?
From last goddamn night. When he called me over there, hold up. See, now I gotta catch you up to speed.
Yeah, I don't even know what's going on. I'm
well, like, you brought the energy over, and when you brought this idiot up here, you knew goddamn.
Well, you know, I'm friends with Sunday. I didn't know.
What you was doing. You knew what you was doing. So now see how they told him out. No, look, I can go do this on my own goddamn show. I'm for real. If you decide what is you gonna be with these motherfuckers over here, or you gonna side with the real? That's the choice. Cause I'm not bringing that element over here when I'm trying to do a goddamn show. But you already did it.
I wasn't expecting that to go. I was not expecting that to go down like that. I don't want
to hear it then. Let's get back to the point. I was trying
to understand what was going on. I'm trying to understand what.
I'm trying to tell you what the hell is going on. Sonetta called me to go to war with this SBDL because they've been slandering the Lions Den. They've been slandering JJ. Man, because I was over there for the whoop them all in these goddamn debates. That's why I'm done with debates because it caused enemies. I'm done with that shit. I'm doing more stuff like this. But you run, like I said, so they slandered me. And then as soon as I didn't even respond to like 2 or 3 days. And right after I did the response show, here go the pictures, here goes Solomon on the subways, New York somewhere, beating off in front of a kid. So I said, look, man, I got this, right? Oh, okay. So I'm like, okay, we're gonna really bury these dumbass niggas. All them niggas knew for 3 years. Everybody else on the outside maybe speculated, but all these niggas knew. Domo, goddammit, Anonymous Hebrew, Chris Harris, all the whole crew, Blue, goddammit, Swamp Boss, all you niggas knew. And this is what you get for putting your hands on the anointed of the Creator, coming against the den. See? And now they got the wickedest one up there, who Queen Throne came up there and said, hey, look, while we airing things out, what about Judah Nazareth? Oh, well, he apologized. He the most wickedest one. And you niggas give him a wrench? And he's the first thing he do when he get a wrench. I bet nobody in here be saying nothing about Sinetta and all this old booty popping shit. I ain't got to do all that to go over there, because I ain't biting my goddamn tongue, Sinetta. Your wife is out of pocket. I sent you the text, bro. They over there calling your wife bees and hoes, bro. You better get over there. Get her out, get her to sit down somewhere. Got you arguing with people who's cool with you. This is the state of the Black conscious community. These are the people that we need to separate from. We over here trying to talk about something real. You come over here talking about, I'm disrespecting your wife. Your wife one of the most disrespectful ones in the community. She don't even respect you. Because when she don't get her way, what she do? She drag your audience over to her platform to get their attention. It's witchcraft. It's called stealing the energy. Yo, dumb ass under a spell. So, nigga, you can come against me, defend her all you want, nigga, but I ain't backing down. And I'm gonna expose how dumb you is for protecting her when she getting you in wars you ain't got nothing to do with. You shouldn't even be in these wars. She ain't brought nothing to your goddamn platform. Where the debaters? Where the music? Where the new people? Where the great shows? You got 3 channels, and why she can't run one? Because she can't. And then the minute you say, we're going to let JJ run it, that's when she starts to fucking beef with me again. You slow. I don't want to run your fucking channel because you got, come on, Judah Nazareth got to run it with me. Let that motherfucking weirdo do it. He don't even love Africa. You're supposed to be Black conscious. Slow as hell, man. Leave me the fuck alone. I gave your HOK belt back. Nigga, leave me alone. We on our own path. We done with your shit. You aligned yourself with Judah Nazareth, the wickedest one of all. We got rid of the other ones, but now you join the enablers. You put them all on your panel and throw me in the back for them bitches. I yield for a minute. Somebody else talk. Can somebody else talk for a minute?
I don't know what's Queen. Can you guys talk? Queen, can you talk?
You don't know.
Can I say something? Can I ask? I just want to ask a question just to calm you down a little bit. The argument between you and the man, is this dealing with the woman? Just yes or no?
Shit, it ain't got nothing to do with the woman. It's got him aligning himself with people that he told me he getting ready to bury, and then his woman getting away because she want to bring them all in. That's a conflict of interest.
No. So you and him really feuding over something with YouTube because he cursing and you doing this stuff. I'm only asking you that to say, when you come on here for a certain purpose, right? And that's for you to be able to spread whatever the word is that you're trying to spread, or is for you to be able to be here to encourage somebody else. It's for you to talk about things that you want to talk about in a positive way, right? That's really what you came here for. That's why you like your channel and you like what you're doing and you're building your own community. So I think it's going to have to start with you, to where you're going to have to learn that you're on here. You already know what you faced against, but you got to learn how not to get off course. But that's something that you got to start for you, because you are trying to put out a certain type of community, and you are adamant about telling us about the trillions of dollars that we're owed. And you're adamant about that. And that conversation just derailed us for like 30 minutes. So that means the conversation gonna have to start with yourself as to how you want to move forward and continue the mission that you're supposed to be on. That's the only common advice I could tell you. I mean, I could go a little bit deeper, but we'll do that another day. But you got to be ready to do that. You okay?
You there, JJ?
No, I'm finna be back there, man.
Yeah, you just got to take a minute. You just have to take a minute because you got to remember. Your channel is also your house, and if you don't become protective of your house,
yeah. Like I say, DJ Genesis, I meet the devil at the goddamn door. He gonna get his ass out of here, and I'm gonna fight him up out of here. So excuse me for protecting the house. His weird ass gotta go.
that's right. That's what you're supposed to do. But you got to learn how to take
just talking about your woman. She, like, hey, look, if she respect me, I respect her. Other than that, she always interrupting people, and that she took up. It's another DJ Genesis. You got to take one of these off. We didn't let this devil come in here. That's what the guy did. So I'm gonna get back to the money.
That's right.
So you can go on off the road, bro. Take notes. You're supposed to do. You call yourself the Godfather. The Godfather of country.
I just put this the main. You said the other one. I can't. I gotta figure out how to. I'm gonna try to kick it, but I'm gonna kick this one. Hold on.
Hello, Jug.
Let's see, and then he'll come back. Wow. Oh. All right. So
what the hell?
Yeah, I don't know. That turned into something. And
what? I know you don't want to tell that story because I would have been like this. What's going on now?
I don't even know what. I don't really know. And I got Sinetter on the phone with me. He's going off on me. He's going in on the panel. I'm like, I was in my bed curled up, struggling yesterday. So whatever they got going on yesterday, this morning, today, I'm not privy to. I was not there to watch it. So
well, let me tell you,
he said he wanted to do a show about the conscious community. I said, okay, but I'm thinking that Saab was going to come up and make a statement about that because that's what we were talking about, right? I didn't know it was going to be like, so maybe he was trying to make a point like, hey, you said this about my wife, and how would you feel if your wife or your girlfriend? So maybe that's what he was trying. I don't exactly know, and I was not trying to start nothing. So go ahead.
To be aware is to be alive. Proper preparation for poor performance. So I'm not. Next time I go over, I just tell you what's up to speed. Don't let this certain individual on to maybe question and answer time. Because all he did is come in with a distraction. You could have called or text me. I've already been calling that bang. Your girl over there arguing with men. You know, you need to get her.
So was that on his panel or where was that at? Like I don't exactly.
Don't worry about it. Forget it. I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
All
right. Because I don't exactly know.
Yeah, I know. Just okay. Because all that was a big ass distraction. That's all it is. This whole panel, the platform is a distraction. Got us arguing with each other every day. It's somebody versus somebody. I'm tired of that. So you don't. That's the trolls. They follow me. I'm minding my business over here. You see. Now let me get back to my 10 points. Let's get back to that.
That's right.
We only went to 1 or 2.
I was trying to like show. Well, but go ahead. I was going to play this.
I blunt saged us again. I blunt saged us.
All right, I'm gonna play this video right here. Let's see if this.
I sent you a plethora of videos. Yeah, let's do one of them.
Yeah. So I apologize. I'm
listen, I'm trying to tell you, this is war. It's us against everybody else. Really, it's us in our own circle right now. Everybody else on the outside, they want to come in and join and listen to us. We cool with that. But leave that energy out there. Then they get ask me about his damn wife, bro, and ask me who I'm with. Don't worry about all that. Bro, you doing too much.
I didn't exactly know how to stop that. I didn't want to come in between. So
many Black Americans, it's pretty bleak.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it alone.
Say it again. Okay, I'll just play.
And that's by design. Many Black Americans, it's pretty bleak. And that's by design. In addition to artists cataloging their very personal experiences, it's been proven that the modern phenomenon of concentrated Black poverty was an intentional government-sponsored institution. This is in part why President Biden issued an executive order back in January, intended to right the historical wrongs Black folks have faced when it comes to housing and home ownership in this country. But first, let's take it back.
The dawn of the 20th century, African Americans in major cities lived scattered throughout the city. They weren't segregated particularly. It's only with the Great Migration of 6 to 7 million African Americans north and west escaping the South, the predominant response of the United States government and state and local governments to the Great Migration was to contain Black people in their own neighborhoods. And HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, was particularly a part of this role. But the precursors to HUD introduced and encouraged racially restrictive covenants, redlining of every major city where African Americans landed. The federal government was a sponsor of urban renewal, infamously called Negro removal by the great James Baldwin.
Urban renewal, which means moving the Negroes out. It means Negro removal. That is what it means.
All right, let's talk about this.
I could comment first.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll come in first if you don't mind. I apologize. I just have one question. So basically, it's summing up that there's so much land and stuff that's been taken from Black people, and like we owed a lot, right? That's basically summing it up. That's my first question. And I only got one more after that. So that's basically what the video is trying to say. And there's bills being signed and so forth and so on. So ain't nobody going to answer that question. So the next,
yeah, pretty much that they
okay, that's it. That's all. I just wanted a yes from you. I like to. I know you're gonna say you so particular because I like to chop things up in real small pieces because people always they skip through the story like they did Anton Massey and Carmelo Anthony. I like to take them back. I like to take them all the way back to the beginning because when we talk about something being taken and we trying to figure out why it's taken, where it's taken from, what can we do about it? Why can't we get what's owed to us? I want to know how could we say that when if we get immigration out of here, if we get illegals out of here, wouldn't we be moving back over to stuff that belong to us? You just said all the crops going dead. We're going to have to deal with these dead crops until we get positioned right. So wouldn't that be us getting some of our stuff back? If we get illegals out of here, we're not talking about if you're legal. If we get illegals out of here, yes or no, would we start moving things back over? You said we owed a lot. So
you know what? Maybe.
It's like, no. That's no. So you're saying it's okay for illegal immigrants to be here, but we can't go to other countries. Name a country I could go to illegally and then just stay there. And let me see how many of y'all done went over there. You ain't got the money to go because you can't hardly leave from state to state. I'm only saying you got to start going back to the truth. The truth of the matter is, are you saying yes or no? You think illegal immigrants should be here? Yes or no? Or
I say no.
No.
Okay, wait. So if you saying no, illegal immigrants should not be here, why is it a problem that they going back home now? They are illegal. You just said that.
But it's not just illegal. There's a whole birthright
citizenship. The bill that we're referring to has to go back to illegal. It has to go back to immigration as well, because you're talking about land and stuff that we are owed. You're talking about this. You're talking about that. You know how many illegal immigrants here have taken over. That's why they're trying to get y'all asked to leave from here. You're missing the point because you're trying to look at things on the other side because you're not paying attention as to why you don't have money, why we don't have our land. If we start moving over some of the stuff that's not supposed to be here, imagine when you clean out your junky ass car. Imagine when you clean out your dirty ass homes. The truth of the matter is, if you take Trump off the table, if she take Trump off the table, because Trump ain't the issue. President's been here for years and decades. Take him off the table. Put the truth back on the table. Should illegals be here? And if you move those illegals, would we start shifting the economy? It's a yes or no. If you agree with that, what is wrong with getting rid of the illegal immigrants? If we got to take some goddamn down crops and we got to go through a recession for a year, do you know how good you will eat? Y'all not paying attention. Listen, that's why boots are not on the ground now. If you got a channel on YouTube, everything is in the air. That's why we're trying to move things over.
Listen,
come back down. You're trying to evade it. And
listen, I just want y'all to know that a lot of like the things I say are just more to like incite conversation. Do not get mad.
But we want to, but listen, we want to talk true conversations, because when you say
I'm the devil's advocate. I'm a Gemini. I'm the devil's advocate. I'm going to present the other argument. If everybody is one side, I'm going to give the other side. So that's how I am.
Let's go back to the article. Finish reading that, and because I didn't finish it up.
Genesis.
Let's get back to that.
Okay, the reparations article.
I didn't finish reading it, so I think the people didn't hear all the information on it.
Okay.
Okay. Well, let me find. Hold on. But yeah, both of y'all. I mean, we ain't really trying to do the devil's advocate thing today. We want to hit them with the truth. Yeah.
Well, the thing is that there's two sides to every argument.
But there's only one side. If illegal immigrants are illegal, the answer was yes or no. That's not two sides. That's one answer. That's why I told you to answer the question. But here's the thing is that the only people but ICE is not only detaining illegal immigrants. They're also. We're not talking about nobody else, because if you're detained and you falsely, you need to get an attorney, like I'm doing with Anton Massey. We're not talking. See, that's when y'all go to mixing conversations. You're mixing the conversation, because where we said, do you think it's right for illegal immigrants to be here? And you said, no, you don't.
I said that earlier. You asked me that about 30 minutes ago. And I said,
I'm going to keep asking you that, because if you think it's illegal for immigrants to be here, then they're not supposed to.
It's wrong for illegal immigrants. If you're legally here, I don't think that they should be bothered. I don't think that birth.
But we're not talking about if they're legal. We're not talking about if they're legal. We're only talking about if they're illegal, not legal.
But you're missing the point I'm trying to make.
Well, let's get back to
that. If they detaining people that's not.
Are you just saying immigrants should not be here, or just illegal?
That's
what's happening. No, you must be listening.
Somebody said
if you're legally here, you should be here.
Okay.
But if you're
ICE is not only detaining illegal
immigrants, to do with that though.
They are going into construction compounds and removing like thousands of people, and then only like getting like 31 people, and then
you got
to get those 400 years of slavery. We went to years and years of slavery and Jim Crow laws. That ain't our business right now. We gotta get our stuff back.
Give them that $5 super chat.
Well, why we all got to feel sorry for everybody?
I just want to. Okay, so sorry.
It ain't time for devil's advocate. It's time for our people to see what the hell going on about us.
Okay.
I'm just being real.
It's the truth.
So I can't even find the dang on article. Hold up. I sent it to you, right, Monica?
As long as you
it's up here. I'm on point. I got my article up here ready for it to go. You just gotta read it.
I sent it to you. I'm trying to find it. Yeah.
It's today, Lacha or another article? Is it this article that's up here or another one?
Yeah, I'm trying to find that one. Yeah. Hey, can you read it? Can you finish reading it?
Yeah, I can read it. Okay.
All right.
Barbados, Jamaica, Martinique, and Ghana. Well, first, before I do that, I gotta give respect to our person that actually gave a super chat. Thank you, Unbiased Ron.
Thank you
for the super chat. No, you said she's wasting her time here. Going off on me. But all I'm doing is just inciting the conversation. I don't have to time I say something. I don't believe in what I'm saying anyway. Okay.
What?
Yeah, I just do it to get the conversation going. Because you know what? If everybody agrees with everything everybody's saying,
I got 10 points I want to make.
Okay, all right. Hold on. Let me go ahead. But listen, we gotta also give respect to the person that actually gave the super chat. So shouts out to Unbiased Ron.
To make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making money moves. Jewelry in the safe, piggy bank on full.
listen, I'm not here to.
The words expressed by JJ 7000. I like the words expressed by DJ Genesis. We already did that. You ain't got to explain yourself. Who you got up here? Let them be. Let them be, because they distracted. I don't even know if that's what you're getting ready to talk about, but go ahead. What you're getting ready to say? We talking about something real. You know? Go ahead. You got to read it because I can't find the article. You there? Hold up. I can read it. I can blow it up on my tab. Just want to tell you to move it down. Okay, Barbados, Jamaica, Martinique, and Ghana are demanding that former colonial powers pay reparations for slavery and colonialization. The African World Reparations and Reparation Truth Commission. See, why are we talking about that, Godfather? Huh?
That's what I'm saying.
Estimated. European owes Africa 77. Look, y'all don't want to get to the money. 77 billion.
Yes,
you damn dumbass niggas over there. You got them Jambos and Jigaboos up here. Some of y'all gotta be sent in. Somebody gotta be sent in for us to keep arguing over some nonsense. Now you told them your wife told them my goddamn page.
Yes, man.
Because they don't want to hear the truth about what the hell she doing to your channel. How the hell
You know what? I'm sorry. Like, all right, so
DJ Genesis, please. You can look, the words expressed by JJ, you let them control you. Now you let them remember they disrespected Baba. The pod disrespected your elder and my new teacher. She gets no love over here. He's 79 years old. And so now you let that shit go down, bro. Now, let me get back to it. And then let me do my ad-lib at that.
I was actually on the panel when you called.
Oh, so you put me on speaker so you can hear me.
See, no, hang her
no,
up.
I actually had you on mute.
Hang her up.
I guess you have me on mute.
Hey, you know what?
You
Hey,
can
y'all
hear me
finish the show.
talking somewhere
Hey,
else.
since I'll get your information, I'm out. I'm gone.
This is
Get
crazy.
this witch off the goddamn phone. Talk to her behind the scenes. The hell's wrong with you? Don't you see what they doing? She's nothing relevant over here. Not on this show. What's wrong with you? Don't let them control you. They ain't talking about what we need to be talking about. Get your ass up the road. Now, the commission estimated that Europe owes Africa 77. Oh my God, I read this wrong. Let me read this again. Man. Let's get these people up out of here, man. This article is the Labor and Working Class History Association, right? Let me get back to it. Do not, DJ Genesis, I'm gonna ask you this out of all due respect. Do not let Nepal, do not let Sonata come on here while I'm trying to do what I'm doing. They ain't appreciate me. They ain't give a fuck. Excuse my language. The devil's up out of here. They ain't trying to do this. They ain't trying to wake us up to this. Now, they want Abos against Afros. Aboriginals against Africans. Y'all go do that show. That's starting in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
The African Reparation and Reparation Truth Commission estimated that Europe owes Africa 777 trillion. Recently, delegates attending a reparation summit in Ghana established a global reparation fund to demand for compensation to African countries for the estimated 13 million Africans kidnapped and enslaved. So we're going to get some of that. The Atlantic slave trade. Germany has agreed. See, you dumbass niggas, y'all ain't paying attention. Y'all want to pay attention to these clowns coming over here with their goddamn bozo slippers on, messing up the show. They are non-factor what we talking about right now. Let them talk, they talk, we talk ours. Don't let them back up there. We don't want to hear a phone calling. We don't want to hear none of that. We don't want to hear whining. Now, for 13 million Africans kidnapped and enslaved during the transatlantic slave trade, Germany has agreed to pay Nambia 1.3 billion. See? In reparations for crimes committed during so y'all sleeping on this colonial era. Look at this. Reparations have been paid to the United States in the past. In 1990, shit, did we get that money? The Supreme Court ordered the United States to pay who? The Indians, the Sioux tribe, 120 million as compensation for the seizure of their tribal lands. in 1877. In 1988, Congress passed so they can figure it out, but they can't figure it out for us, y'all. That is a problem. That is something we need to talk about. I don't give a damn about your girlfriend calling. I don't care about none of that. I stepped to the side for that. I told you I'm done with it. You can have your HOK GOAT belt back, the HOK debate championship back, all that. All them titles that I won over there. Keep them. Now, reparations have been paid to the United States in the past. In 1980, I read that the Supreme Court gave the Sioux tribe $122 million as compensation for seizure tribal lands. Congress passed legislation. Look, I told you in Japan too, providing eligible Japanese survivors of the interment during the World War II. They each got $20,000 apiece. I mean, can we get scroll up, DJ Genesis? Scroll up some, so I can read the rest of the yeah. All right. Yeah, this is what we, man, I don't give, yeah, let me just, okay. Now, the primary difference between earlier reparation proposals in the United States and current calls and early demands for reparations for enslaved or injustice would have been paid to the people who were victimized, not their descendants. That was the case for the Japanese survivors, the payment for the Sioux Indian tribes, not individually. I strongly believe that the United States should issue a formal apology to the enslaved Africans. We don't want no goddamn apology. We want the money. We want everything. 281 years y'all got a head start. We want to close the gap. But when we got distractions coming on here who ain't goddamn educated enough to even put this together, even talk about it, because they own some goddamn divide and conquer, get up out of here with that. This ain't this place for you right now. And when you buy yourself a damn clue, then you can come hang in the chat. Then you can come on that damn panel. She threatening, oh, I'm gonna drag you and all this. Are you serious? Get her out of here, bro. Get your girl in order, man. Got you arguing against me. Get everybody else. I strongly believe the United States should issue a formal apology to the enslavement of African. Scroll up some, please. DJ Genesis, please, and thank you. Thank you, Queen. All right. Appreciate it. Okay. Africa is the post-Civil War racial discrimination that has kept millions of Black people marred with hopeless poverty. I also believe taxpayer-funded free universal pre-K through college. Why are we talking about that? I don't give a damn what color you think you is and you ain't. Why is that paying the bills and what they got to do with the price of tea in China?
Right.
Let's keep going. College education. The federal government should guarantee health care. I told this goddamn idiot Taz, man, how could you even go against it and you say you teach Black history? But these are the type of individuals they want to bring to the table over there. And that's why it's a joke. And that's why it's a joke. And this is why I step to the side. You won't see me over there. Guaranteed health care and decent housing for all Americans and government insured employment for all adults who want, they're talking about us, who want to work with either a private industry or a public sector. These programs would benefit everyone and would address many of the lingering racial disparities in the United States. You got them idiots over there. I'm gonna leave. I'm just gonna keep going. You know what? I ain't gonna throw no more shots. I said enough. They can also appeal to Americans across the racial divide. Let me finish. But for practical and political reasons, I oppose pushing for individual or group payments for descendants of. He opposed it of enslaved African Americans. Why do they always oppose? I think it's unworkable and would undermine the efforts to build more for justice. Why did he say, well, the Sioux Indians shouldn't have got nothing and the Japanese shouldn't have got nothing? Who is this clown? I'm done reading. This is the people who are these people? The labor and working. Now he against man. No, we done with him. We done. You started off good. You get your ass. Let's put that a little bit. Let's go to something else. Let me get back to a couple of my points. You know, I'm gonna read the 10 points. We're not gonna be able to go over all of them, but that makes for other shows and discussions. You see, part 2 through 10. You know, And like I say, now that we know, do not bring these guys and you know, you take a call behind the scenes, please. They following me now. Yeah, cyber stalking. You talking about everybody cyber stalking you. Now look, here got more evidence. Who's cyber stalking who? Like that day I told you to beat it. Told you 3 times. I'm gonna leave it alone. All right. So let me get back to my 10 points. Did anybody want to say anything about that? How did they change so fast? Well, now he don't think they can't figure it out. Go ahead, Queen 6'2".
You know what? I was just listening to you, and you summed it all up just like you were supposed to. Especially with they coming back and forth over to your channel, trying to mess things up and change the direction that you're supposed to be going in.
Yeah.
Send them back. Send them back. Tell them you don't got time for it no more. You got business to take care of.
Right.
Because I tell you one thing, they don't believe it, and DJ ain't gonna go along with me, but I am in support, and I do not like Trump. He don't play well with anybody in the sandbox. But I will support him on this immigration, and I'm definitely supporting him on the birth in America for illegal immigrants. Because if I go over to other countries, my kid is still American. And if you know anything about Dominican, not Dominica, I know Dominican, the Haitians and the Dominicans sit on the same land, on the same island. And when those Haitians leave and cross in the car and they drive over to Dominican, if they have a baby over there, their kid is still considered Haitian. Not just because you was over in a Dominican hospital. So why should we accept that behavior here? If you start shifting some of those things, the same money you claiming that Trump trying to take away from you and Trump this, Trump that, you'll be able to take what belonged to you back if you start moving some of the people over that should not be getting it anyway. I'm going to agree when it comes to the money. And the reason why I'm bringing it back to you, Mandinka, is because you're talking about money that people are hiding. Governors hiding money. Damn, presidents still hide money. But guess what? I tell you, out of all the presidents, if you trying to find the money, you don't think Trump's slick ass gonna find it. Let his slick ass find the money for y'all. Y'all don't, I don't know why. Listen, that don't mean you got to like him, but support some of the bills. You don't have to support all his bills. If you want to be a nonpartisan, goddamn it, be nonpartisan. You don't got to worry about that. But if you still got the rights to vote, if you're looking at a bill that he put out there and you know that bill can help you, don't just look at the fact that he Trump. Look at each bill. If you don't agree with that bill, goddamn it, go against him on that bill. But why would you put yourself in one box like that? Because y'all not really trying to find the money. Because y'all still want to be crabs in the bucket and y'all know it. Knuckleheads.
Right, today.
I could have kept going.
Yeah, keep going. You keep going.
I thought somebody wanted to summons me. DJ, you didn't have anything to say because then I got to keep going with the damn story. Oh, that's why she ain't got nothing to say because her ass ain't there. At the end of the day, I don't care.
I'm here. I've been listening the whole time.
Oh, listen, I don't care what you say. If y'all start paying attention, people don't like Trump. Hell, I tell you, I don't like him. But if he put a bill out there and I see that bill make sense, I'm going to rock with that bill. You're in a time right now where our economy is so tight until honestly, it ain't even funny. It's not even funny how tight we are. So who would not be interested in knowing where our money really at? And if you could chip at it from the bottom where we could see that they really trying to move things over. It ain't like you can't hide that. If you're an immigrant and we're chipping at you, eventually you're going to see that free up some money. That should free up all this unemployment. It should free up all this underpaying people for minimum wage as junk. It should free up some stuff if you pay attention to it. We're the ones that's not paying attention. But we hollering black. What? Your black ass need to help get some money. That's what it's about. And that's what we not paying attention to.
Welcome to the stage, Unbiased Ron. How are you doing?
Hey, peace. How you doing?
How you doing?
Can you guys hear me clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can.
All right, great show, and shout out to Mandika for inviting me. I just want to say real quickly that I'm not pro. So I agree with Queen. I'm not pro or anti-Trump. Okay, if he does something that I believe agrees with me, I'm going to embrace it. And if something does not agree with me, I'm going to not embrace it. So liberals can't get that. So they think I'm a Republican or conservative because I agree with certain stuff.
Right.
No, because I got heavy criticism for conservatives as well. You dig? So I'm not either. I'm just in the middle, but whatever I agree with, I agree. When I don't, I agree. Okay, birthright citizenship, yes, I agree with that. Now, Mandika is my boy, but it's okay to disagree at certain things because I agree with him more than I disagree. All right. But when he was mentioning
Tariq Nasheed and how he's not, if he like, I know what you're talking about. You're gonna go there with that because I can read minds a little bit. That's my gift. Now watch this. All I'm saying is,
no, but we don't know.
If you're not fooling with that, what was going on, and following them politicians, then Tariq Nasheed's movement, I don't know nothing about it, so I can't really speak. I asked if he's not,
right,
then he's
so let me tell you.
So go ahead.
What are y'all talking about? What are y'all talking
about? The reparations. The reparations, Queen 62.
But
he with the hold up. Tell her like the movement you follow a little bit, the FDA, which is a good.
Right. Go ahead. But you gotta understand this though. I'm not a Tariq Nasheed. Like he's against vaccines. I'm pro-vaccine. So we're totally different. He's a conspiracy theorist. I'm not. Okay, I believe I know more than him. I believe my historical foundation is better than his. All right, so I'm not a lead. I'm not a follower of nobody. I'm a leader in my own right. And I have a YouTube channel. Right, I have a YouTube channel, and people respect my research. Matter of fact, I do reaction on Tariq Nasheed videos, and I correct his misinformation.
Yes, like I do.
Right. So I believe he had a good idea. No different than Jesse Jackson, no different than Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks. All right. So for me, it's not about the acronym. We could call ourselves goobers. It don't matter. It's the point behind it.
Yeah, it's the truth to it. It's the truth to it. Right. You got to get to the truth to it. A lot of people don't like the truth to it. You got to take the story back. See what Unbiased Ron is trying to say is, I don't know what the connection is between him and Mandika, but I know
we cool. We cool.
I'm gonna put myself in the lion's den with Unbiased Ron. Unbiased Ron is trying to say, listen, y'all gonna get mad, but this is how I feel. But I'm gonna tell you where I'm at with it, Unbiased. I don't really give a damn if they get mad at me, because it's a lot gonna be mad at me always, because I knew from the beginning. I never watched Kamala Harris on anything. I never listened to her speak even to the day. But I'm gonna tell you like this, the way my heart feel, and if anybody keep it real, none of y'all are gonna truly in y'all heart tell me that y'all really believe she was strong enough.
Was a better candidate? No. She's not a better candidate than Trump. No, not at all.
Listen, she would not have been, because listen, what strong and powerful do. Strong and powerful will take you just like this and hold you. And when they hold you, they'll get so much of your attention until you don't have a choice but to watch them. Kamala Harris wasn't doing that. She came in with her frumpy suits. I mean, come on, you need to stand up like a queen supposed to do. Yes, Biden, I know you passed this on to me, but let me explain to you. If I'm going to run this nation, I need y'all to fall in line, just like what Trump is doing. She wasn't strong enough. She didn't show me nothing in her.
She had a horrible strategy.
And she know what she thought was, she thought that she was going to come in. She thought she was going to come in, and I said, if she come in and she used any part of her state attorney, she's going to be a district attorney, whatever she was, she's going to be in trouble. Number one, especially in the Black community, minority community, and California, I say she better come a different way. I say she better not come in as a vice president, and she better not bring her ass in because she was a white man, because now she making me feel like she's privileged to have that.
She didn't come in her white husband from the public. It's like, yo, be transparent. Show us your husband.
But I tell y'all what, any stage I sit on, y'all better understand, any stage I sit on the stage just like that, because you're not going to frame me however you want to take me. No, I'm gonna lead you where I feel fit to go at, because why? When you rebuilt like that and you know you learn who you are from the inside, Nobody could take it from you. And that's what Unbiased is trying to say. You got to stand in your own truth. If it's your truth, it's your power. I don't care what they say. And listen, it's not just that, especially if you could back it up to the truth. See, you got to take them back. Let's go back to the truth. People say, oh, those are technical people. You goddamn right. You got to be technical. How do you think you get the self-defense?
You're not getting past me without being technical. I'm telling you right now. I'm going to embarrass you.
And listen, and you could tell the type of person I am. I'm sure you can. And you say, damn, wait a minute. I ain't hear her in a long time. Whoever this is, you damn right.
I like your energy.
You got to be truthful, whether people like it or not. I don't like Trump, but y'all got to pick his bills. Don't just turn them all down.
Yeah, he
going
is
back
definitely...
in the days. We can change things. We the generation that can really change it if you pay attention. This is the year 2025. If you pay attention, everything is in the air. So if you got a channel right now, you need to get in the air and build your channel. Don't let nobody block you from building, because what goes up, listen, what goes up don't come back down. Everything is up high right now. Work on your channels. I do a small channel.
And the thing is,
Friday. Get on social media and get it right. It's going to come back down and work out right.
Queen, the thing is, when you're open-minded, like my name is Unbiased. My name is Unbiased. You dig? So I'm supposed to be open-minded, and I represent that to the fullest. So even though I might disagree with this small point with so-and-so, that's not enough to make me be an enemy to so-and-so. We just disagree on a small thing. That's okay. We're grown adults. We can get past it. But you believe what you believe.
Exactly.
I believe what I believe. And I guess what? I'm going to represent, and I'm going to articulate, and I'm going to educate what I believe. Why are you intimidated by me? Like, just do what you do.
Yeah. And you know what? And why I would like a person like you, Unbiased, is because even if you and I, as strong-minded as we can be, and I will have to test you out to confirm that.
Please. Try. You're going to see. This guy, he's a stand-up guy.
Child, I don't even know what you're doing because I don't even play those type of games. I have no clue what you're referring to. See, that's how you got to throw their head off because they think they could catch you. I know what type of person Unbiased is, but Unbiased and I will get along real good. You know why? Because we can get straight down to the point, and then in the next 5 minutes, we done switched the subject and went back over there. 2 minutes later, we back over there, but we didn't forget that story over there.
Right.
And you got to run, and that's when you know you're talking to somebody that really understand that people just don't like the truth, man.
At all.
They
have their own agenda, their own narrative.
I think that's what we all here for. I think we're here for that. I think we're here to where this should be a conversation that we should put together on a certain day if y'all have time. I think it's the truth, because guess what? Unbiased and Mandinka don't hardly get along, really. They get along, but they go toe to toe. Oh well,
not really. No, we agree way more. No, we agree way more than we disagree. I'm telling you, because I hear him. Yeah, the small things do matter the most, but we agree. But see, here's the thing though. If he's speaking on something I disagree with, I just leave it alone. I don't even speak to it because it's not that serious to me. It's like, he has a right to voice his opinion.
Right. So guess what? That's why we should sit down and do this like on Wednesdays. I don't mind. I'll meet y'all back here.
But like he was hinting to was this, because he was hinting on like more of a international reparations. I'm not interested at all. I'm saying Africa needs to present their own argument and fight for that, and best of luck to them. Go handle it. I'm for American reparations only.
Thank you. That's what I've been saying. So you've been sitting in the chat all this time hearing me say that?
Yeah.
See how you did me? That was dead wrong.
I'm just listening because I respect everybody who's talking. I think anybody who call in is brave, because real trolls never call in. They just heckle in the comment section.
Right.
But anybody who actually calls in, they're brave. So I'm not going to be out to them.
Right.
Can I just make okay? So you're saying ICE is not detaining legal people?
No, you're lying, and I need some real credible sources. You're listening to to liberal sources, CNN and things like that. But I need a real neutral website or source to convince me.
Like, why would you say that, DJ? Because I honestly, I don't
throw
believe
that other JJ off. I'm having technical problems.
Oh,
there we go.
All right. So
that's why I'm biased.
So you're saying so you're saying that the media is giving a false narrative.
Okay, so hold on. So look, let me educate real fast. I'm a real researcher. Okay, so now when you do real research, media does not have to tell the truth. Okay, so in biology books, in physics books, and chemistry books that I read, because I study chemistry, they tell you the worst type of news or information is tertiary, and that's the media. They don't have to be honest. Okay, they go with clickbaits and they go with headlines to draw you in. They have no right to be honest. They can mislead you just for a click. So what I'm saying is this to you, sis. What I'm saying is conservative media, they're going to be over, right? They're going to be over the truth. They're going to say more than what's truthful.
So you're saying CNN is liberal media?
Yes, of course it is. MSNBC has liberal media. So I'm saying,
isn't CNN like one of the major main news sources in America?
Listen, okay, so I'm going beyond that. What I'm saying to you is this: fact check what you listen to. That's all.
Big time.
Because when you talk to me on my podcast, I'm gonna hold you to that burden. It's like, yo, sis, when you
Are you talking?
Yep.
And Bias Ron, I want to hear what you're saying, but I can't hear you if you're talking.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm saying with me, if you was ever be a guest on my podcast, I'm gonna hold you to you got to present a source, and CNN is not a source, okay? Because you know why? Because they got it from somewhere. MSNBC got it from somewhere. Fox got it from somewhere. So you got to tell me, where did you get this from?
Right. Can I ask you a question, brother?
Yes.
I would rather work with these people that already got something established. And look, you got to get the money from Africa so they can distribute us to us.
Why you got to go to Africa to get it?
You got to go there. You can't leave Africa out. So they can. So now when they get the money, hey, here we is over here, bro. How you gonna cut the goddamn root off? It makes no goddamn sense. Oh,
they're not our root. Okay, so let me answer that. So for one, they're not our root. Like we're our own root, and they're their own root. Okay, so we got politicians, we got educators, just like they got it as well, right? And they speak their language, and we speak our language. So we got our own root.
$777 trillion. You can leave yourself out of it. I want to cut of that too. Because we the ones that's over here, bro. I don't know what the hell you coming up here. No, hold up, bro. Hey, bro, this is my show, bro. Can I speak?
All right.
Wait, I invited you.
Don't. Mute
him, put him in the back. Mute him and put him in the back. Mute him and put him in the back.
No, I'm saying, go ahead. I'm saying,
be quiet. It's my turn, bro. You're not coming over here with that. I'm not doing that. I'm building something different over here. I'm building something different in lines. We're going a whole different direction. All this old conspiracy against each other. I'm not doing that, bro. Now, if you don't like the message that we're going to include the people where we got stolen from, that's your fault. But when they pass it a check, you better not accept the money because my check gonna be bigger than yours. That's all right.
Hold on, man.
Hold up. You even separate yourself from Tariq Nasheed. Tell me I'm doing something different. But you got the idea from him. So we got to cut this out. My idea is better. Yeah. We got to come to one goddamn. We already got people.
We got to have respectful conversation, though.
Bro. Let me go to my rest of my 10 points.
One mic, you guys.
Let me go to my rest of my 10 points. Y'all not finna come up here. Hey, I don't do that on y'all. Let me get to my rest of my 10 points. We're gonna talk about another topic. I done laid that out for you. Let's get to more. That's what we're gonna do.
What did he say wrong?
But hold on though. We can't.
What he said wrong was he don't care about the money coming over from Africa, and that only a fool. I'm not gonna call you a fool.
No, he didn't say that.
I didn't say that.
Oh, my fault then. All right,
I'll take that money too.
Continue then. All right, continue. All right, good. My fault.
I'll take that money too. No,
I humble myself when I'm wrong. All right. I thought you was coming over cutting up.
JJ, what I'm saying.
I thought you was coming over and cutting up, bro. So you know how I do. So yeah.
No, Mandika, what I'm saying is, Africa got to defend Africa, and Black Americans got to defend Black Americans, and Haitians got to defend
I
Haitians.
get that part.
Okay,
I get that.
So what I'm saying is, if Africa defends Africa successfully, and they have a check for us, of course I'm gonna take it. But I'm saying that Africa should be focused on Africa, and we should be focused on us, and Haitians should be focused on them, and the West Indies should be focused on them, and let's get it together like that. But first of all, Africans are my brothers and sisters. Haitians are my brothers and sisters, and the West Indies are my brothers and sisters, right? I always say that openly. So I don't do that. Like, they're all my family. Okay, the ones I have a problem with is the ones who undermine us and sabotage us and go against us. But Africans, Haitians,
before you play that
Jamaicans,
video, I'm sorry, Ron, real quick. I'm just telling her, before you play, let me read my 10 points off, and then that way we can at least get it in, so they know what other. We're not gonna be able to do all 10 today. Just let me read that, and then like I said, then we're gonna play.
I have throughout the whole show, I have been shown the 10 points, by the way. So
yeah, I see it up there. Systematic racism, housing, healthcare, economic equality, racism, police system. Go to 4. Infighting in the Black community. Stop right there. Go back to that one. That is a major problem. And as you can see, a prime example of that came today. They follow me over here. You see? Well, it don't matter if we got 15, 20 people and they listening. Because the island's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and they don't want that. They don't want that. They want everybody to be hovered over there, listening to goddamn the pasta die, run her goddamn mouth, and ain't talking about nothing. Look at us now. Let me read my 10 points. She in here trolling my goddamn Facebook right now.
She is.
Hold on. I'm trying to show y'all in real time. Right after Sanetta came on here with this nonsense, she right on my Facebook page. So she gonna drag me and all that. Look, girl, get someone to sit down.
Why you looking for that? You know what? You still looking for that? Because while you looking for it, I was gonna say something real quick. While you looking,
I got it right now. I got it. Let me get it in. All right, African Americans having a problem with reparations due to these various reasons, including lack of consciousness, their divided opinion on reparations, even among Democrats, with 48% supporting and 49% opposing compensation for descendants of enslaved. Now, ain't that this mighty just 1% off, and we can't get a vote? Practical concerns. Questions about who would pay and receive reparations and how it would be paid. I think I read this one. I want to do my 10 bullet points. My fault, y'all. Hold up. Let me do my 10 bullet points.
Where'd you reading this from, by the way? Where were you reading this from?
Brother, I got my notes. The sources. Here go the source. You want the sources right here with it? Put it on the camera. Put it on the camera. Put it on the camera. My 10 points. Put it on the camera. Put me on the big screen. All right. So you see how if you got something right here and they got numbers by it, like 1, 2, 3. Can y'all see that? Hold up, man. Everybody check the column. Hold up.
Hey, put that in the chat so I can click it and look at it.
No, hold up. No, I'm gonna push a 1 right here, right? Here go 1. It's gonna pull up. See where it say open link? See that right there where it say open link? You open the goddamn on link and then take you to the bring you to the water. Now I can't make
put that in the chat so I can review it.
Brother, I'm gonna put it in the chat at the end of the show. Let me do my 10 points, bro.
Okay, no, I got it. You got it.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This ain't that over here, man. I'm telling you, I'm getting away from this shit. You gotta prove to you right now. Wait till I get done, man. All right. I ain't being rude, but I'm just saying that's a problem with us. We can't just sit back and listen. Hey, throw the source in right now in the middle of your reading. What the hell's going on? Now, okay, now systematic racism in healthcare. Racial disparities in healthcare lead to poor health concerns, including higher maternal mortality rates. Black women are 3 times more likely to die during childbirth than non-Black women in the United States. Well, that's a damn problem. That's a problem. Economic inequality. The wealth gap. I'm gonna read my 10 and we can jog because I ain't gonna be able to do them all. The wealth gap between Black and white Americans persists, with Black individuals earning 20% less. Now, why the hell are we earning 20% less than their white counterparts? But they don't want to talk about this. They want to talk about some old other shit to keeping us divided. 1 in 3 Black children live in poverty. Godfather, why ain't you talking about this every day? Racial profiling. Why don't you do this 10-day step that 7,000 help you and you can reach the masses? My channel ain't that big right now, but once I do get it bigger than that, big like that, and start paying YouTube for ads, because that's what they want. They want your money. They want your money so you to be able to do what you got to do. You see? So economic inequality, the wealth gap between Black and white Americans persists, with Black individuals earning 20% less than their white counterparts. I read that. 1 in 3 Black children in poverty. Racial profiling, police brutality. Why aren't we talking about that every day? Black people are 4 times more likely to be killed by police than white people. This is systematic racism, and law enforcement perpetuates these disparities. Bring it out. You're the Godfather. Don't be distracted by some old nonsense that you're being brainwashed to follow. Yeah, if I ain't gonna tell, if your cronies ain't gonna tell you, I'm gonna tell you. I ain't gotta bite my goddamn tongue, because I don't have to be over there. As you see, you followed me over here. Let's keep it going. Racial profile, I read that. Mass incarceration. How about that? Black men are 4 times more likely to be in prison than white men. And Kamala Harris was sending them to prison left and right. Go look at her numbers. Go look at her numbers in California. Look, just like my probation officer I got. I had like white probation. I got 5 months left, or 6 months left on. I mean, when was February? When is January? 5 or 6 months.
Yeah,
7. A couple more months. She trying her best to get me to fail, to get me. You know, I'm gonna leave that alone. But you're not gonna be able to do it. I'm not gonna let you do it. Too close to finishing.
That's right.
Yeah. Education. Right. 1 of the 3. Well, okay, yeah. A mass incarceration. Black men are 4 times more likely to be in prison than white men. 1 of these 3 Black boys born today can expect to be incarcerated during their lifetime. Education disparities. Hold up. Education disparities. Underinvestment in communities of color leads to lower educational proficiency. Well, they don't want to talk about that. They want to pull up criminal records and point the finger at each other like they got them holier than thou, and knowing they got them everybody in this has some shit going on with them in their life. As long as you ain't touching kids and all that shit, hey, let's keep it moving. But the ones that's doing that, yeah, they need to be exposed. They need to be eradicated.
Right.
They need to be out the community. So you got okay, hold up. Okay, 1 in 3 boys born today can expect to be incarcerated. Look at that, y'all. During their lifetime. Why ain't it the other way around? Why ain't 1 in 3 white boys need to be incarcerated in their lifetime? Why? How about this? Education disparities. Underinvestment in communities of color leads to lower educational proficiency, limiting college readiness and degree attainment. I didn't just come here to talk about one thing. I came here to talk about the state of the conscious community, our people, the Black community. I guess the Godfather getting old because this is what he used to do. Housing segregation. Historic and ongoing segregation prevents Black communities from accessing safe, affordable housing and home ownership. Why aren't we talking about that? Correct. Unemployment and underemployment unbiased. This is stuff we need to be talking about. Black people experience higher unemployment, lower wages.
Yes,
why are we getting paid lower for the same goddamn job? I'm almost done with my 10 points, brother. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of educational attainment levels. Y'all just hear that? Regardless of education attainment levels, we still getting paid less.
Right.
Why is that? Limited access to opportunities, systematic barriers, limit access to education, employment, and home ownership. Perpetuation racial disparities in wealth and income, but they don't want to talk about that. Voting rights disenfranchisement. Some people of African descent are prevented from voting years after completing their sentences. They talk about the people that come out of jail, diluting their voting streak. Now, I don't know if that law has changed or not. Maternal and infant health disparities. Black women face systematic racism and sexism in healthcare, resulting in higher maternal. Let me turn on this light. Hold up. There we go. Yeah. Oh, sorry, babe. resulting in higher maternal mortality rates and poor health outcomes. All right, now here's a link to that. You can open it up. They have to fight people of African descent face deadly systematic racism. So I'm gonna put this in here, and then she can put it in the chat for you. In health sectors across America's UNFPA reports. We can put that. We can read that one. This was here go one of the sources in Unbiased that you was asking for. So here I'll send it to you personally.
Yeah, no, this stuff I agree with. I got a video on everything you said just now. I got a video on every last thing you said. So I know this stuff to be true.
That's not I detected no lies.
Yeah, that's called systemic racism, and that's what I argue on my channel.
That's right. We need to talk because I went through that last year.
So I think that what he's saying is that, out of all the things that we talk about on these channels, that why aren't we talking about these issues, right? Why is it?
You're right. No, he's right. You're right. He's right.
Why is it only about like what the what religion you are?
I agree.
Things
this
like
is the most important.
These are the things that are affecting us now. So and it's a good point.
Well, it is. It is.
All these things, reparations, mass incarceration, education.
Right,
all these are the things that he brought out.
Welfare,
And then guess what? And that's what. But here's the problem with it. Everything that you're bringing up and speaking about, Mandinka, DJ, and even me, Unbiased is not concerned about any of that. What he's saying is when people start saying things and he know it's not the truth, and he's not going to take sides. I guarantee that's what he's trying to say. Like with people, I might come and sit on your stage, but everybody not going to believe me. But if I know it to be true and I could trace it back as the truth, you're not going to take it away. And that's where Unbiased is at. So everything that you're putting up there.
Hey, Queen, you got to pull up on my podcast. You got to pull up. You got to pull up on my podcast.
Okay.
Hey, brother. Yeah. I'll jump. I sent you the link. All you got to just open up the link in the chat.
Thank you.
And listen, the reason why I wanted to play this.
I apologize for interrupting. That was my fault, y'all.
That's okay.
That's okay. And you have to put is the link in the chat because it's in my chat, but I can't post the link in your chat.
Can you put it in the private chat? You should be able to put it in the private chat.
Yeah, so I'll put it in the private
DJ
chat.
Genesis Detroit. That's like they put your name on the big stick and go to YouTube.
Put it in the put all of it in the private chat.
On my Facebook page, at my new page, I got my real government name, Anton Hayes. It only got like 5 people. That just was one I created because I got kicked off of my other page.
I'm about to say, I don't got that Facebook.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, how you find me then? I sent you the link.
Mandinka, yeah. I got Mandinka.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. That's another thing. A lot of these characters in the community, I'm gonna leave that alone. Leave it alone. But what we got here on the stage?
So I wanted to play this because, all right. So there's a reason. There's a method to my madness, right? Because, like I said, people will be like, "Oh, okay, well, everything's going wrong here, so we need to go somewhere else." Okay, Mexico, Africa, this, that, the other. But I want to show that there is, and even with Africa, I love Africa. And listen, I practice African spirituality, but I did an entire stream where even when he broke down how Africa is different than America, the Africans that are in Africa.
I just wanted to do my own show today, and I didn't want to add no other people's commentary into it, like far as videos of other people doing something on the outside, because nowadays, people is really targeting each other for things, that they done or have been accused of. And when stuff like that come in the community, the first person they try to attack is this brother you got up here. Now, I haven't seen the full proof of what's going on, so I still support the brother. So I can see the full proof. Then your accusations don't mean anything to me.
So you mean that him being in Africa and discussing his take on things, you don't want to go through
we
that.
could do that, but I'm saying they've been accusing this brother of some stuff from years ago, and when stuff come up in the community, like with Solar Mind, and they bring up him.
Who is this guy?
So let's just keep my show, because y'all not gonna put nothing on me to who I support. Like I said, I ain't seen no full proof of him doing anything until I can see some proof. That's what I say. Just the problem with this community. So can you just take this down? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not gonna be like I support this and that. Like I said, I haven't seen no full proof.
Right.
But this is what these people are doing now. So, and this is how wicked we have become. But it is what it is. So thank you, DJ.
We still understand what you were saying, DJ. You're just basically trying to say it's a struggle everywhere. It doesn't matter where you go at. If you visit other countries, you can see the struggles and you can see the goods, you can see the bad. The only difference is United States get targeted a little bit more because it's one of the largest countries and we have more land. So it looks like it's a good thing. So I understand what you're saying, DJ.
But yeah, that like I said, remember we talking about the land earlier?
Right.
It was owed to us. You set the tone when you said, why are we leaving when this stuff owed to us? Like we can look up some articles. Just pull it up. The government taking away land from African Americans or slaves, and feel as I don't like calling them slaves, but
FBAs.
But yeah, foundational Black Americans. The foundation who built it. I like the acronym. But I just don't want y'all to exclude other people who got some other ideas.
That's
and,
right.
That's all I'm saying.
There's no leader. That's the thing. Like we're all leaders. We all got intelligence. We can add to it.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, when all these new groups come out, all they do is, hey, well, we're the Aboriginals. We don't like y'all because
listen. I just
gotta go.
Hey, Mandika, Mandika, this is my no. It don't gotta go because this is my thought process on that.
Go ahead.
Okay, whether they're right or wrong of saying they've always been here, it doesn't matter. It's like because at the end of the day, are they foundation Black? Do we know they came from Africa? If the answer is yes, I don't care what they call themselves. I know where you came from.
There you go. Keep going.
Yeah, you have a belief system. That's okay. Like people believe they're Hebrew Israelites from Israel somewhere, Palestine. I don't give. I know where you or Moorish people.
Brother,
I know where you're really from. Though.
Whoa! There y'all go. Now I told y'all for the 10th dang on time, I'm a truth seeker and a free thinker. I do not represent any. I ain't running around representing the tribe. All this mess and. No, bro, you already seen my transition. You already seen
not
that.
You though, not you. I'm talking about the Captain Tazariak, the other
in the date circle. I can defend. the New Testament. I can defend that. But I'm not doing that no more. It wasn't appreciated. It was just it wasn't appreciated. So I'm good on that. Now look, the Israelites getting kicked around getting their teeth kicked in. Ryan coming in there.
So welcome to the panel, Zion Warchild. How you doing?
We got the former Lions Den Intercontinental Champion. The Schwarzenegger. Go ahead.
I had a question for Detroit though.
Hey, okay, hold on. Let Zion do his introduction real quick. Okay.
Yeah, peace to the panel. You know what I'm saying? I like the discussion. You know what I'm saying? I like what's being said. Honestly, you on the same page where I was going recently, Mandinka, because I was going to start talking about. I was going to do I'm working on a presentation real slowly though, on the social ills going on in the community. So we on the same wavelength right now. You know what I mean? So that's you know what I'm saying. I appreciate this discussion, brother.
Yeah, man. You say you gotta change the paradigm shift, man. 314.
Absolutely.
You got to do that, man. Shout out to DMG.
DMG, yes, sir.
Trying to do something over there, man. It's just that some of his cronies over there. They part of the hate. I hate him 7,000 team.
You know
they
what?
Love to hate me and hate to love me.
You know what I was going to say?
Me and hate to love me. You hear me? It's gonna be all right.
You know what I was going to say?
Go ahead.
You grew up in around the same time period as me. I think we see a lot of people, and we take for granted some things that we were exposed to as children. Like for instance, one of the big things that I used to like you know what I'm saying, you know, not to get off the topic because this is really on top.
Daddy, go sit down. You got your own snack.
Star Trek.
You had McDonald's.
I don't know if anybody really.
Hey, brother Brian, you gotta reach your mic, man. Come on, family.
I don't know if anybody really watched Star Trek, but Star Trek was a very interesting show. You know, as far as the idea of multiple different groups of people coming together and having, you know what I'm saying, some form of unity, even though they might have different backgrounds, different cultural and spiritual, you know what I'm saying, ideologies. So I noticed a lot of different things. I've been on my Star Trek.
That's a lot again, bro.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we don't have that universal unity, you know what I'm saying, where we can look beyond, you know what I'm saying, or even accept each other for our differences, you know what I'm saying? And this is causing a huge, you know, a huge battle, you know what I'm saying, within the community, because everybody's fighting over, you know what I'm saying, who the identities, you know what I'm saying? So we got an identity war going on when we have so much other bigger fish to fry, so to speak. You understand what I'm saying?
Hey, you just gave me ideas, Zion. The Free Thinkers and Truth Seekers podcast.
All right.
Anybody come on
with it. I'm with it.
Yeah, there you go. You can get your show. You can get a spot every week. You know, whatever. That's what we're gonna figure it out.
Yes, sir.
So you said a whole lot. He didn't even offer me that. So you better be glad you welcomed it.
I'm the intercontinental champion of lions, then, though. So I might be a little biased.
Well, I think he's being biased. It's okay.
But he knows me for a while. He knows me for about 4 years. He's the one who brought me into the debate community. You know what I'm saying? And if it wasn't for him, I probably wouldn't even have a name out here. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
So that's good. We got a friend.
Can I ask Detroit a question? Detroit, are you there?
DJ Genesis.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was muted. I'm sorry, my bad. Go ahead, I'm here.
So earlier, Queen asked your question. I was really interested in the answer. So,
okay,
are you against ICE raids or no?
There's a certain level of me that is for it, but there's a certain level of me that's against it because it kind of seems almost similar to Hitler and how he was putting the Jews in the concentration camp type of thing. Because I believe that it's
the Jews were there illegally though. How's that possible? That's a bad comparison.
Well, if you consider that Mexicans were pushed back from, you got to remember the Alamo. Remember the Alamo?
No. Okay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about those. Listen.
They land too.
Okay, because you guys are okay. This is bad. This is a bad.
It's only a yes or no question that he asked, and he's saying
we're talking about people who came to the country illegally. We're not talking about.
Well, what is illegal really? You know, to me, I'm like, I mean, the whole country's illegal. The whole country is fucking illegal.
Well, we talk about per the law.
To me,
per the law.
Like,
per the law. Per the law.
Let's have an honest conversation. Now, what I did, I don't know if you guys did it, but I studied the history of immigration in this country from the British on down to the we got to the 1968. Okay, so I don't know if you guys did that, but I did that. And
it doesn't matter to me. It's a portion of me that is like, how in the fuck can a person that came over here illegally? Hold on. You asked me a question.
Yeah, but you're
not. You're cutting me off. No, I'm not answering according to what you want me to answer.
No. Because Queen just laid the foundation. We're talking about legally.
No. I'm trying to tell you is that how in the hell?
I don't want that. Okay, I don't want the answer. I'm saying
it doesn't matter what answer you. What I'm trying to tell you is that how I feel.
I didn't want to. Okay, I got it. But I didn't want to, because in that case we could just murder, right? Because how can we be locked up for murder when they murder? That's a goofy position.
Well, murder is a universal law. What I'm trying to tell you.
Illegal is also.
No, that's based on a border that someone made. Illegal. No, they can make us illegal next thing. Listen, do you understand? Wait. Do you understand at one point they could like make anything we did illegal? I believe that there is a very thin line.
Today, We're talking
Jesus.
about today. Today,
Yeah,
illegal is
bullshit.
illegal.
I'm sorry. No.
Just slow down. Okay, wait, hold on, Queen. Hold on. See, this is where I come into play. I know Black American history more than most of anybody. And I'll challenge anybody right now. Okay, so now this is for you, Genesis. You stepped in. You said they can make anybody illegal. Genesis, let me ask you a question. Were free blacks illegal or legal? Go.
Were free blacks illegal or legal?
Or
Well,
legal,
depending
yeah.
on where they were at.
Girl.
False. They were all
if they were in the north, they weren't illegal because they did not have rules
They
made them illegal.
They were all in. Okay, they were okay. So now let me help you out. Let me help you out. This is why I know you guys don't know Black history. They were all illegal. The Dred Scott case failed because Dred Scott was not a legal citizen. So you had free blacks who were pissed off to Liberia because they had no legal right to be here. Although they were free from slavery, they had no legal citizenship. So they didn't. So anything they owned could be taken from them. They had no legal right to be here. So you're wrong right there. And this is why. Well, hold on. Let me finish. This is why when people like Alexander Cromwell, who you don't know, you got Cuff that went over to, and you got Margolani Robinson who went to Africa. They all came back. Okay, Genesis, write this stuff down. You're learning today. They all came back when Abraham Lincoln passed the 1863 law where we were able to fight for citizenship. That's all we ever wanted. So they all left Africa. Wait, listen. Stop arguing. It's a fact. They all, no matter how beautiful Africa was, they left Africa to come back in America to die here as an American citizen.
Correct. So can I say something? If it's a lot of people, if there's anybody out there in the parking lot, because I'm sure it's a lot of people said, damn, he done took so long. We did go back to AD after death. That's how long that was. But his statement of proof that you can lead back to is in the pudding because he can add the proof. But I have a question. Is an illegal immigrant legal? Yes or no? If you can just answer that one question, we don't even got to go back to AD after death.
No, it's according to the law. No, it's not illegal.
So it's illegal. So if we're going to start off with it is illegal, you're agreeing to that. So if you're agreeing that it's illegal to be here and you're an immigrant, then you are agreeing that they need to go back home because they are illegal. Everything else has no bearing that you can say to me because the law.
Yeah, I mean, that's cool and everything, but the law determines what's illegal and what's legal. At any point, they can change the law and make it illegal. Anything illegal.
So you got to swap answer then. So your answer not yes. Yes. So yes, you think.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, I'm a Gemini, so I look at things from a lot of different sides.
That's not. That's not.
I look at things from all the sides it could be looked at. So right now we're up here like, oh, they're illegal. They need to be sent away. But the moment that same bullshit get turned on us. 14th Amendment. Listen, do you understand that like all these laws that are put in place are not meant for really us?
What happens when you go?
Slavery was legal.
It's bullshit.
Slavery was legal.
So what happens, Genesis?
Wait, no. Slavery became illegal, my boy.
No.
Slavery was
13th
legal.
Amendment says that it's still legal when duly convicted. So it's not.
You talking about? Okay.
You dealing with the wrong Negro.
Oh no. I'm just okay. Dude. Listen. I got a bigger podcast, right?
They got slavery right now. Okay. Do you know the people in Louisiana are picking cotton right now?
Okay, wait, hold on.
In sharecropper farms.
It
don't matter whether it's from the state, federal, whatever. That's slavery. It don't matter. Oh, the state, because it's the state is still cool.
That's because the government and the people not fighting for their state.
Y'all are losing it. Y'all have lost y'all understanding.
Give me 1 second. Okay, I got it. So now what Queen's talking about to you, sis, that you're missing, there's something called federalism, right? So there's certain things that the state have legal right to, and certain things that the federal government has legal right. National government.
And Donald Trump is a part of the federalist movement, which is ran by the lawyers of the country, and that's why everything they're trying to do is trying to legal and make everything a legal thing.
You just missed.
Donald Trump is not a Republican. He's a Federalist.
Well, it doesn't matter what he is. Okay,
is it legal or not?
Right.
The question is yes or no.
You got to talk about what's legal or not, but anything can be turned into illegal.
Let me ask you: were they illegal when Obama was in office? When Obama was in office, was an immigrant illegal? When Obama was in office, was an immigrant illegal? Because why are they illegal? It's not right when it comes to Trump, but why were they illegal when Obama was in office?
You know who I am, my man.
Illegal is illegal.
Hey guys, real quick. I wanted to welcome Baba Yashabaya to the stage. Welcome to our elder.
Hello.
Shouts out Baba. Thank you for joining.
Hey, peace, Baba.
I study law.
Peace,
my brother.
Then pull up. Just pull up my podcast. My podcast is FBA.
It doesn't matter about podcasts. I study actual law.
Okay. So
yeah, bro. Hey, come on, man.
So I'm saying is,
put it in the chat, bro. If you're trying to get some new subscribers, but we cool. We'll support your channel, man. But let's let the elder speak. This is my new teacher right here. Go ahead, Baba.
He knows better.
Greetings, family. Just got back in, and I don't know exactly what the conversation is, but that Mandingo and different ones, I think y'all discussing about the immigration situation.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. And what the point of contention is that I'm saying they're asking me a question.
Bring me up to speed because I don't want to come in here and not get, but
okay, so I'm gonna
what's going on?
I'm gonna run it back. Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Hold
what
on,
I want to do now,
I'm gonna catch you on the field. If we talk about systematic racism, go ahead, Elder. Go ahead. It might be a delay, I think.
Okay.
But we were talking about systematic racism. Okay, you got it. Go ahead.
Now, the first thing, and I'm pretty sure my brother Mandingo, you understand this. We are fishing in a vacant house because unless you understand the 1871 Constitution, we're chasing wolf cookies. How many of y'all have any of y'all read the 1871 Constitution?
I haven't.
Anybody else?
What is it first? I might have heard about it. What is it?
It's called the 1871 Constitution, when the United States Corporation took on a charter, and we're now owned by Britain.
Okay.
Monica, you can pull that up. See, we're arguing about America. There is no America. What it's doing. All of this is gaslighting BS, because the Federalist Organization, which Trump is a member of, the guy name is Stephen Miller was one part. Leonard Leo with the Federalist Society. So the 1871, and this is when the United States took on a charter with Britain. We're back to where we was in the 1700s. Britain owned this. America, this company you call American, exists no more. This is a corporation, and it's owned by foreign investments. So we're all about take this and they'll, if you notice, look at the flag. The American flag has no fringe, but the United States flag got fringes on it. That's the reason, because they are Federalists and we are the lost old so-called America. It don't exist anymore. If you go in details on this 18.
I have a question for you. I got a question for you, and thank you so much. I appreciate you, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, but sometimes my mind
goes. That's all right. That's all right, baby. I'm here to learn like you all.
You know what? I definitely appreciate that, but I know you say that we're not no United States, and we're a corporation, and we're owned by Britain, and this, that, and other. So, can I ask you, when you pass on, what country is going to be on the paperwork? You think it's going to say Africa or United States, and then the state that you're from? So I'm saying I want to know, like, so we can call it a corporation
because.
So why do we care whether we call it a state or a corporation? But we know we're in the United States and we're not in Africa. We know that we're not in Cuba. We know that we're not in Canada. So why can't we identify what we know to be today? Why can't we identify in that? Why do we always have to go? Why do us as Black people always have to go so far back, but the white man don't? Like, even if you want to say it's not a United States, it's a corporation, it's owned by Britain. Okay, let's say that.
Well,
so tell everybody you from Britain, or tell everybody you from the corporation, but it's still the United States. You define it as What
No
do you
certificate,
define the
baby.
United States as?
All right, so let Baba
Baby,
answer the question.
I am.
baby, let me explain something to you.
I know.
Okay. Do you have a birth certificate?
I do.
Do you have a birth certificate?
Yes.
And do you have a
I
social
do.
security card?
I do.
Okay. So we're
Because
all
if
the
I
cattle
live in other
slaves in this country. Wait a minute. And when you pass on, that social security card and that certificate pays laws of London X amount of money because you already have been a commodity and you've been used as collateral. Where you buried that don't matter what you call it. Don't matter. Can I finish, please? Don't matter. That's like, that's we're all is in this situation. And if you carry a driver's license, social security card, a birth certificate, that means you, whatever certificate that state's in, you're part of that, and you're part of the 12 federal banks that controls that. I'm pretty sure you all know that because I know y'all are highly intelligent. I know y'all studied all this. So what I'm saying, all I'm regurgitating, it doesn't matter. All we know that Britain has a charter with this country. That's why everything keep going back. Where we'll bury, whether you bury at sea, or you get burnt in an avalanche, or go down in a volcano, or get blown away in a hurricane, where you wind up at. We shouldn't be looking at that. What we're trying to find out, and we've been going this for years, ever since the 50s and 60s, we've been trying to find an identity that we could look up to and get respect for. Every name we want, somebody else gave it to us. Name me one name that we named ourselves. Now you can unmute and I'll listen.
And you want to take us back to 1872, deuce, but I'm not trying to. I don't understand it. So how have you been trained to understand your life right now? You've been trained. I get what you're saying, but I want to know, how have you been trained? You've been trained by utilizing a birth certificate. I'm sure all your children have one. You've been trained by utilizing the social security card. I know you have, because you had your house and all of that stuff, unless you came over as foreigner and immigrant, and then you shouldn't have nothing because you should be gone again. You came in as a name that you were given, and it's on that same paperwork. So how else do you identify in our country? But you cannot take us back to AD after death and BC before Christ, because we need to show people how we identify today. I understand that you want to teach a certain history, but your history would not be relevant to what we're going through today, and you don't give us a solution. And your solution would not align with the way we're living right now. So I do have that respect for you, but I want to align what you're saying to make it make sense in my world.
I want to make a statement real quick about this before Baba does.
Because, I feel what you're saying. And I understand.
I don't know what you don't feel it. I'm just saying, let's talk about the truth of it.
Okay, then everybody's truth ain't the same truth. On my stuff, it got me down as a Negro. Okay, not a colored person, not an African American. I'm on mine as a Negro. Okay, I'm 79 years old. Okay, not that it matter, and that is where the census label us according to that. My life depends on what I put into it. Yes, I don't go around how I'm African American, because that's something came later on. Black is not a nation, and colored don't tell you anything. So on my thing, even my DD 214 says Negro. Birth certificate says Negro. I am a Negro. Bottom line, according to that. But how do I carry myself? As a supreme being, knowing who I am and what my purpose on this earth is, not what somebody gave me. Educated in a black school, went to college at a mixed school. How we choose to believe that we are, that's a choice that we make. What our problem is, we're so busy trying to recreate the wheel that's long passed on because things have changed. We need to come together and find how we're going to identify ourselves. Everybody is a Hebrew Israelite. You're going by denomination or other things, but how do you classify, and how do you classify yourself as you travel through? I know what they gave, because in order to operate in this corporation, there are certain documents you have to have in order to achieve certain things. So therefore, we operate on a dual system. It's not fair, but we're talking about, but this how it is. This we no longer created and holds it, and we're the last one to try to defend it. That's why we have the problem we have. There's a group called the Washita Nation. They are a what you call is a solemn nation according to the United Nations. One of the oldest. When do we get our sovereignty? And don't tell me about no Juneteenth and no 4th of July and all that other stuff, because none of that stuff works. You know. So I mean, I've been through a lot. I marched a lot, and we're back to square one. How do we identify ourselves to create a sense of collective cohesiveness to move forward to make our life and our people and our citizens better? Who is the citizens? Who is the people that's here today? You know, like when I went up to Anaconda, Oklahoma, to sit with the Kiowa Nation, Chief Sun Young Hay says, "Do not call me Native American." I said, "Why?" Because we are older than the name America. So now, if America was founded in 1776, we claim we came in 1619. How do you classify yourself according to the record? Remember, it's supposed to be 1619. America was founded in 1776 in Philadelphia. The so-called red man says, "You cannot call me Native American. I'm older than the name." And most of our people is older than the name, even before the thing that they call slavery. We've got records of freed men in this area buying white folks as far as back to 1700s. Now who's the immigrant? Who's the immigrant? And I got it in my book, The Other Side of Slavery, The Untold Story. I wrote a book about it. I got it documented all the way up that a lot of the people arrived 100,000 years ago on this shore that you call Turtle Island, Tyree. We had people already over here existing. There are several books out. Alvin Servant has a book out that came before Columbus. LaRon Bennett has a book out, The Mayflower. And then there's a white lady book, The Great Americas. Then another man by the name James Adair wrote a book called The 500 Civilized Nations. And all of these go back before what we're talking about. So the question now is this: how do you classify yourself? First of all, how do we want to be classified and begin to work together around one common denominator? Every other country, they galvanize around a particular place, but we don't even know the origin of our ancestors. It's 54 different nations on the land in the land of country. We got over 2,000 different languages. So who are you going to identify with? What is happening? We in 2000, December 21st, 2000, there was a portal open up, and the answer says it's for these collective in this diaspora to come together and formulate a unity that we can move forward to save the entire planet. That's why we're so necessary. We're so busy arguing about yesterday, looking in the rearview mirror. We ain't looking out the windshield. We ain't looking for ahead. What worked yesterday will not work today. What can we do today, sisters and brothers? First of all, we got to give respect back to these goddesses that we're calling queen. They are the answer because they're able to break any nation into the world.
Oh, Baba, you know, I think that the thunder's getting these. Your mic kind of messed up. Say it again.
On a common denominator. Now, so this, I'm looking at it now, in every little town you're going to, it's divide and conquer, agenda gaps, all of this, but we're still repeating the same old madness. And because there is a thing going on behind the door. They distracted us with P. Diddy, Elon Musk, and Trump. All these are immigrants. Everything over here is an immigrant. The Bible says we'll be in the land of a bunch of the dirty birds. Everything is here. The only thing that is older than that is us. Even the so-called red man, he's a late comer. 43,000 years ago. We are the oldest, and we should be the parent. But what we've done, we've allowed somebody else come in and tell us who we are and not who we are. They've named us. We have never named ourselves or took on the responsibility of creating a society, then protect it. Marcus Garvey did a great thing. He did not protect his back. Everybody came. We had white flags chasing white folks because we didn't want to be second-class citizens. We are the only citizens in this land, according to the 1700 Nationalization Act, according to Black's Law Dictionary, page 792. Read it. What is a free white person? Well, for a free white person, they got to be up born enslaved. Look him up, and they give you a whole list. At the bottom of this, it says Caucasians cannot be citizens of the United States. So they can do what they want to do. What's Black's Law Dictionary that they go by? A Caucasian Aryan race cannot be a citizen of the United States. Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, page 792.
Come on, teach.
And if we can't be citizens, they sure as hell can't dictate who's a citizen or not.
No, so the thing about it, we got to create our own conscious group like we got in our own military, a military mind, because the so-called Jews got the ADL, Anti-Defamation League. They got lawyers and things that goes in and fight and lobby for their rights. Who's lobbying for us other than some cracker? Who's the minority leader in the thing? We got other folks fight, but as Barry Shango said, don't let nobody do what you need to do for yourself. We need to come together. We're too powerful and too strong to let some rookie, some alien come over here and tell us when we're the first species on the planet, we're the oldest thing on the planet. Here's to prove this, and we let children run us like we ain't got no sense. See, there are things we can change, but the thing is, because we do not control the data, we don't control the narrative. How many of you all have ever read the Protocol of the Learned Elders of Zion? How many of you on here have ever read it? Have you read it in its entirety? Have you read it in its entirety?
Not the entirety, but yes, I've read quite a
bit. I read it 4 times in its entirety. How many of y'all read Pawns in the Game? What Behold a Pale Horse?
Yeah, I read that.
The committee of 300. Yeah, the committee of 300. What do y'all know about the WZO? Huh? The WZ, World Zionist Organization. That's who's running things, and they declared that they would. Everything is under their control, even your so-called powerhouses. They behind all of this. The thing that this government doing is all window dressing. It's window dressing. This ain't the thing. The whole thing is take over the mineral rights. They don't give a damn about no immigrants. You're seeing the fruits dying on the vine. The construction work ain't getting done. They ain't hardly having babies. Everything's up in the air. You know, only body that has the answer to the problem of the world, it is us, and we're not going on it. Even though Ephah claimed to have the knowledge, we ain't coming together and dividing on this stuff, asking the ancestors what we need to do to resolve this problem. We're still rehearsing and regurgitating yesterday, keep doing the same thing the same way, and we're getting the same results. That's insanity. When we're gonna sit down and come together, put all this other stuff aside? Africa don't need us, and we don't need Africa. I'm gonna piss somebody off. I'm gonna say it again. We don't need Africa, and Africa don't need us. We need to come together. You can't help nobody. You can't help yourself.
I object to that, though.
Well, okay, then tell me this, and please answer me, because I've been following some things. When we go, you say, well, we do need it. Let's see, what do we need from there?
Okay, so primarily the identity, the main thing about white supremacy is minimizing. Can I? You asked me.
Yeah.
So when it comes to white supremacy, one of the major factors of white supremacy is to minimize people of. Don't shake your head until I'm done speaking.
Oh, I'm not shaking my head.
No, not you. Okay. Sister over here who's talking with her mic off. And this is the problem, you know, with our social ills. We talk before we listen. So one of the major issues that we have with white supremacy is that when you define Black, you know, or people of color, you know what I'm saying, specifically us, you know what I'm saying, the minimization of our humanity, it extends over into Africa. even if you're Native, I have Native American blood as well. You know what I'm saying? My grandmother's family is Shinnecock, pure-blooded Shinnecock Indian. I got first cousins and second cousins that live on the reservation, right? However, because they have this this ideology that Black and African, or and even indigenous, means someone who is lesser evolved, right? Or someone who is not educated as the white, class. It minimizes. So we have a common enemy. I know that there's Negroes who hate Africa, and that's some coon stuff, but it's okay. You know what I'm saying? Because we've been trained to hate Black, or to try to separate ourselves from those who have a common enemy. Europeans united together, even though they were killing each other in Europe in the Middle Ages prior to, colonization. But when it was time to do the manifest destiny, all white folks unified together. Okay. And to do what? To minimize brown and dark Black skinned people globally. Okay. So when we minimize Africans, I don't care if you're an Abo, I don't care if you identify yourself as native to this land, what have you. What you're doing is you're minimizing, you're actually helping white supremacy, because you're not taking advantage of the fact that natural resources over there are extremely important. The unity between Africans and colored people and Black people globally is powerful. Unifying between that destroys white supremacy. Okay, so but while they sit there and call Africans monkeys living in mud huts and stuff like that, that's how they look at you, even if you're a Native American. You see what I'm saying? So what we don't want to do is we don't want to fuel like Judah Naz and those Negroes, those coon ass Negroes, those boule ass Negroes, right? We don't want to do that. That's why I don't even rock with Judah Naz anymore. You know what I'm saying? Just like you see what I'm saying?
Well, listen, you know what? I don't want to start naming out.
But simply put, you know what I'm saying?
I want to say, let me say this.
And we're not going to sugarcoat it. So, I mean, it is what it is.
I'm sorry. I'm saying what I had to say.
If we can't name the opposition or the problem in the community head on, then what are we here for? They need to be addressed.
Well, I would say this. A lot of people that are watching this, because this is on the general mobile thing, don't even know who Judah Naz is.
Well,
y'all are giving him a platform for someone to find out who he is by even mentioning his name. Why even say his name?
He can barely get more than 300 views in 3 weeks.
If we're gonna be a team, we can't be centered. We gotta attack the enemy head on, and they know who they are. But we don't talk in subliminals. I'm gonna call your name out. And everybody got a problem with this guy.
I'm a black supremacist.
This ain't no different than what if we doing that here, then I'm not gonna go somewhere else, because this is the same thing that Carnetta did yesterday.
That's not what I'm saying.
I'm a black supremacist worldwide, whether you're an Israelite, whether you black. I'm a black supremacist worldwide, whether you're
Aboriginal. You didn't answer the question. The question was, what did we need from Africa? See, you took us too far back.
No.
What did we need from Africa?
This is the problem with black folk. This is the problem with black folk.
You took the mic
told you what we need.
And didn't tell us
I told you what we need. Unity. We need unity.
We're not talking about that. We talking about
that's the answer. That's the answer.
In order to live right now, what do we need from Africa?
Oh, well, hold on. Do you know that let me explain. Let me break this down. 90% of the natural resources that we get over here in America. Hold on, sis. 90%. I'm talking about the chassis in your car. Hold on, sis. Hold on, sis.
I gotta get control. Hold up. Listen, and this is my show. Let him say his viewpoint. Give him 2 minutes to rock out. We not here to argue. Everybody got to, because I can say that we need Africa too, especially if they got monies that they saying they fighting for us for stolen people. Then they talking about us. Then they gonna have to send that to us from Britain and everybody else. So no, we can't exclude them when it comes to reparations. Hey, go
They
ahead,
tried
man.
to do that. They tried to do that multiple times. Haile Selassie tried to do it, and even in Ethiopia, the earliest Ethiopian king was I think it was Johannes II, actually sent money to free us here. Okay, so here's the deal: gold, right? You have cocoa, you have coffee, all of the natural resources that the Europeans basically market and make money off of here in America. The coffee that you drink in a Starbucks comes from the car chassis that you driving comes from Africa. If they monetize their natural resources, get the Europeans out of there and monetize their natural resources, they can leverage against racism abroad, just like Europeans leveraged using African resources. You don't see none of those resources here in America. Not to say that it's not, but it has not been mined or refined here. It's been mined and refined there for the last 400, 500 years. So we need those brothers.
So you don't
we
think
need those
America,
brothers to we need Burkina Faso to unite their nation. We need Nigeria to unite their nation so that they can battle against, they can help us leverage against white supremacy. And
how are they helping though?
Well, that's a whole lesson.
Where are they at in the United States?
That's a whole lesson. You really want me to go there?
I thought we was talking about something else because we're not going to.
No, we talked. You asked me a question. I gave you an answer. What do we need from them? We need them. We need them. We need them to monetize their resources against European fascism and the control of.
I want you to be specific as to what we need from Africa.
Can I say specifically? Okay. Hold on. Cobalt.
I don't believe in this, that, and other. But what you think Africa is holding the United States in any kind of chokehold?
Can I answer the question for him? Gold, diamonds, cobalt, platinum, uranium.
Where is it at in the United States right now? You got to go over to Africa.
Fresh water.
You got to go.
I'm not telling you that you have to go get it. We need them to go get it so that and monetize.
But the thing is, no, hold on. The question is that what? Hold on. Because all of our cell phones are powered by cobalt.
Come on, y'all. Come on.
So maybe we don't need
family.
Cell phone.
Peace, family.
Go ahead, Bobby.
I think somebody's missing the mark. And I appreciate this because you own it. When I said that, everything you talk about that they do not control the import and export of that to get to us. See, China controls all the imports. They control all that's coming in. They couldn't get it to if they wanted to because all these different areas to get it to us is controlled by China. They control 14 of the major ports. Those containers coming across that water, that's China controlling them. And if you can't get those sources to you, you can't use it. What can we do what can we do at home to save ourselves? Because they don't control theirs over there. Because they put the machinery to mine with, they're in debt now to other countries because they don't have the sources to even mine their own gold, silver, and cobalt.
Come on, you better tell them again.
So
China's not our problem. China's not our problem.
Please. I've been fighting this a long time. If you don't control the import and export of a thing, you got it. Right now, we are a country that export. We don't do a lot of importing. And what's going on there? China control. Look at us. How many ports do China own? How much land do China own in America? How much farmland do they own? How much land do Russia own? You know, all this stuff. And we're talking about Africa. China and France and Russia then jumped in there. So they're not even controlling their own resources. It's there, but they have no control of how to mine it, how to manufacture, how to get it across. I've been listening to Ibrahim. He's got a good plan, but his plan is he's trying to save his people. What are we doing trying to save us in our condition? Suppose we're on an island trying to find a way to survive. What do we have at our disposal as a people? First of all, we got to find a common denominator that we can agree with and begin to build on that. We have not done. We're so busy wanting to be the Messiah and got this God complex to trying to save everybody, and we can't save our own. But we got enough stuff in history here to prove how we come together. Have y'all ever heard? Have y'all ever heard of the group called the Battle of Milliken Bend? Have you ever heard the Battle of Milliken Bend?
Go ahead and teach,
I've
brother.
heard it.
Okay,
Nah, I don't go that
Milliken,
far back.
in 1863, June the 7th, the African Brigade, who had been freed,
Teach, Elder.
check this out, because Louisiana was free, a slave was abolished in Louisiana in 1864, which made it able to be able to join the Union Army. They fought at a town called Tallulah, Louisiana, and defeated the Confederates, who they would not shut down Grant at Vicksburg. These was the African Brigade. Look up the Battle of Milliken Bend. 659 brothers gave their lives for this country and fight for freedom, for unification. Yet we have not unified yet. We're so arguing over yesterday that what matters is today. What are we doing tonight? We've already made the mistakes. Integration ruined us. We should have stayed segregated and balanced our thing, and we did not protect our backs. We changed everything, all these whoop cookies. Now, when the dust settles, we're back at square one, having meetings after meetings, looking for reparation. We, as the people here, cannot get reparation. According to the 14th Amendment, Section 4, you call yourself an emancipated slave. That means you're still owned by the parent. You have not been emancipated. And if you look it up, that's what I'm saying. Pull up the 14th Amendment, Section 4. Please pull it up. We got tricked by our own people, raising all this money, looking for reparation. How much money do we supposed to get? This, that, and the other. It ain't about the money. It's about respect and unity. And we do not have it. But please pull it up. The 14th Amendment, Section 4. Will you pull that up? Because I fought for it with no card. I went around the country. When I went around the country, I found out that you had over 3,000 Negroes that owned over 12,000 slaves. They owned plantation. They were buying plantation from white people. Some of the richest people in Louisiana, Mississippi were blacks. Antoine Dubuloc, April Ellis, and the list goes on. 50,000 fought with the Confederate. Guy by the name of he was a boy. Let me slow down. So I've been doing this. I got documentations on this. We're looking in the wrong place instead of coming together. Pull up the 14th Amendment, Section 4, and read it. Look up the Federalist Paper. Look up the 1962 executive orders written by John F. Everybody thought John F. Kennedy was for black folks. That man didn't give a damn about black folks. He got executive orders. April the 14th, 1962. He passed 11 executive orders.
I agree. I agree with that. I agree with that.
And we made white folks believe that they were black. I got it right here.
Right.
And it's all a part of the 2025 came off the 11 executive orders. Okay. Right. We talk about the Trilateral Commission, the Bilderbergs. Okay. What about the Grand Wizard of the Constantine? That's another secret side people don't talk about that runs things. You got all, and then you got all these societies that we're fighting. They will not understand who we're fighting and what we're fighting against. And they wrote the law.
Society.
I have a question. So earlier I was asked. Okay, so we had a what's his name? Unbiased Ron, and we had Queen here, and they both were asking me a question about
unbridled Ron.
Huh?
I'm gonna call him unbridled Ron because he don't know how to bridle his tongue.
So basically, what happened is they asked me, okay, Queen asked me, so do you think illegal immigration is wrong? And I said, you know what? It is wrong to a certain extent, but to me, I'm like, what is illegal though? These people were a part of North America. North America is an entire continent. All right. So at some point, all these things before there were borders were just one place that people could like travel into and out of without borders. So somebody came along and said, okay, well, now you can't do that. So now there's a such thing as illegal, right? You're illegally doing this and you're illegally doing that. And so I'm saying is that at some point, we got to be very careful about the things that we hold on to and jump on. Oh, that's illegal and this is illegal. Because just now we just saw P. Diddy, right? Go through a RICO charge that if he would have got a sentence for that, it would have been illegal for a person to a person with wealth to like have a person go here. That
Can I go after you?
there are so many different
Right.
things.
Right. You know how many charges you know how many RICO charges Hugh Hefner would have caught?
Oh,
If he
yeah,
was
y'all
alive,
taking
come
away.
on now.
Whoa, everybody,
Yeah,
please.
right. Yeah.
Y'all taking away
Playboy.
from y'all taking away from the meat and potatoes of the show. Like right now,
I'm not. I'm trying to make a point about law, about how laws can change and
But
how
remember-
the thing that's legal can be dictated by the government, and how if like at one point it was legal to
you're
still
capping
whistle,
for
to stand on the
illegal-
corner and whistle.
But you're up here capping for illegal immigrants. My reason why I did this, the 10 top reasons what things that we should be focusing on about us.
Right.
I don't give a damn about no illegal immigrant. If they illegal,
But you're missing the point I'm trying to make.
Let me just make this point. I'm gonna go ahead and I gotta get up. I gotta do something else anyway. Let me just make this point, and then y'all can, because I came on here for the top 10 reasons in my book of what we should be focusing on. And if you're up here trying to say, well, I don't think it's right for them to do this to these legal immigrants, then we ain't on the same page. 'Cause I'm talking about us. That's
not what I'm
goddamn problem.
saying. That's
our
not
goddamn
what I'm
problem.
saying. You
That's
missing
our
my point.
problem.
You're missing my point. My point is that when we have to be very careful about the things that we say about law, about how people can like enact laws, because when it comes down to it, at one point for us, it was illegal to whistle on the side of a street. We don't know when those laws can turn around against us and then be used against us. So I'm trying to tell you is that this cracker will sit here and put a law into place, and next thing you know, it become a law against your ass, and that's why
we've been dealing with that for over 400 goddamn years. What more can they do to us? I don't give a damn about them.
Oh, there's a
So
lot.
I'm not
more.
going to be up
There's
here
a
trying
lot
to
more they
raise
can
it.
do.
I'm going to get ready to go. I'm for real. I'm going to get ready to go. I'm going to go. I'm going to change the direction of my message. I don't give a damn about no legal immigrants right now. They're going to be legal or they ain't. That ain't my fight.
Right.
My fight is us. So I don't care about them right now. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So I'm telling y'all my message is those 10 things that I talked about. I'm gonna do a 9 more part series on it. But this is what we need to talk. Now we up here talking about, well, it ain't fair for us to kick them out. Who gives a damn about them? They got their own community.
But you're talking about mass incarceration. You don't understand how they can turn a prisoner.
Thank you for today.
Okay, all right then. All right, thank you. But you don't. But the thing is, he don't understand how if we have mass incarceration, and you have fucking people in prisons that are already picking cotton and that have lost their actual right as a citizen, that those same illegal laws can be used to deport them into another country.
Right. And
that's the fucking part I'm trying to fucking say. Is that you can't be so emotional and about like controlling the narrative. You
I
don't
get
even
where
see
he's
like
coming
the
from.
bigger. No, but you can get where he's coming from, but you're not seeing the bigger picture. There's people in. We just did this. Issue 9, mass incarceration, right? So do you understand that they can find a way to incarcerate more people for just stupid shit and then ship our asses out to fucking South America? They already been talking about shipping people out to South America already. And the bottom line is that all this stuff is all connected. People think it's separate. Once they're able to do this with one group, they can like then turn around and do it with another.
It becomes precedent that can be used. It can be used for others. So, and I agree with you.
Same thing with P. Diddy. If that fucking RICO charge would have came in effect, anybody else could have got a RICO charge for any.
I mean, the RICO is still real, but he was overcharged.
But no, I'm trying to tell you is that the moment they would have passed that RICO would have became a precedence, and then in any other case with RICO,
you know where RICO came from?
Hold on, listen to me. Do you know the whole time that they were doing the RICO case with P. Diddy, they kept bringing up Kelly versus the government?
Yeah, but that's
so they were using the R. Kelly case to like prosecute P. Diddy. Then if he would have got the RICO, they would have been like the Diddy, Sean Combs versus what's his name, Fat Joe, and then Fat Joe versus Tyler Perry. And here's the thing: is that no, straight up. No, I would go that far. That's the thing is that people are not realizing.
But
it don't matter. It doesn't matter. It could be anybody. We don't even realize how these laws that they're using, that they're like basically piggybacking, trying to set us up into a larger scheme. And people are like more about like, oh no, man, I don't give a fuck about the Mexicans. It's like, no, what they're doing is that that's a case study.
He was focused more on
it's a case study.
He was focused more on the racism of, you know what I'm saying, like systemic racism towards black people in general. Like,
yeah, but we don't understand how there are that what they're doing is they are using case studies with other people.
But we don't want to.
We are the end game. We are
now
the
we're getting into the, absolutely. We don't want to get into the weeds though, like they say in
it's
legal.
not the weeds. We are the end game. Okay. Everything that they do in this country, at the end of the day, they really are just doing even with the COVID vaccine and all that stuff. And I don't even want to get into that. Everything that they're doing is just a small little bit to like say, okay, well, how the whole point is to get rid of us. They're just like trying it out on them. Okay, well, we saw that we had a little bit of kickback on that whole thing with the Mexicans or whatever, but now we know we can like actually contain it. And so now when we try to do it with the blacks of America, then we know what to do. That's a training ground. The Mexicans are the training. That's how they get trained to do it. Then when they do it to us and they make up some bullshit and ICE is now their like new like fucking force. I mean, I don't know. Whatever. Okay, I'll land my plane there. Y'all.
I hear what you're saying. And you know what I'm saying. I get it. You know, my frustration is with black folks who have an issue with Africa, and I mean the conditioning. You know, well, how were you conditioned to be? How were you conditioned? Like the sister said, and I'm sorry, she sound like a Booker T. Washington to me. You know, and there's a lot of black folks who have an issue with Africa and don't realize how important Africa's stability and sovereignty is to us here.
I mean, Africa is not sovereign, so therefore.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Burkina Faso and other countries are trying to become sovereign. Okay, they're still suffering the effects of colonization. And
but Bob explained to you that all their exports, everything is owned by China and other countries.
You can talk about China all we want to, but China ain't got no problem.
France, the UK, all them.
Okay, yeah, let's let them be sovereign. Let's let them get sovereign. Let's let them get sovereign and see how it affects us. Okay, because meanwhile, while they're remaining sovereign, I go into these to some of these chats on Facebook and everywhere, and all these white folks are saying is, oh well, if you sow this, that, and the other, y'all are sow this, that, and the other. Why Africa ain't this, that, and the other? Why Africa's still living? Why Africans still living in mud huts?
Well, that's stupid. That's dumb. Why even not argue with a person that don't even know that Africa?
Because at the end of the day, it's because of the same reason why we're still dealing with systemic racism. While they still sit here and point the finger at us for black on black crime.
Ask them why Europe is still living.
Watch this. Black on black crime is a direct result of poverty. You can study this in any social science course. You can look up Robert Sapolsky of Stanford University, and he will tell you specifically that crime and is a direct result. Internal crime within a community is a direct result of a lack of resources, a lack of education, a lack of health care, all the things that mass incarceration, all of those things are factors in why our communities are effed up. So we can't. So while we sitting over here worried about Mexicans, let's look at how.
I'm not worried about Mexico. That is the mistake.
Let's look at how relative all of these common systemic racist disparities, disparate treatment, disparate impact has affected our community.
I need to correct you on that.
So when they talk about, oh, what's going on with Africa and why Africans killing themselves? They're over there destabilizing them so that they can rape the natural resources. The same way they're keeping us destabilized so that they can manipulate and use us. as tools. We're
And
still
use the
spreading.
natural resources here. Think about Detroit.
Okay,
Detroit,
absolutely.
right, is very
Absolutely. So
destabilized, and it has one of the Detroit has one of the best bodies of water, the Lake Michigan, sitting on its border. But let me just say this: is that when I talk about like the Mexicans, that does not mean that I'm over here like trying to big up the Mexicans. I'm just trying to say is that we have to be careful about how we talk about certain laws and how like we're okay bigging up that, but then that same thing can be turned against us at any point. And that's the point. I'm talking about laws. I'm not talking about I don't give a fuck about no Mexicans about whatever's going on.
I wouldn't argue
like,
against that.
I'm not over here. You see me outside like throwing rocks at no ice trucks. No. I'm saying that we have to be careful being so gung-ho about what they're doing to them because at any point, on us. That same thing could turn around against us. So we have to actually be very cognizant in how we sit up here and we big duke about get the fuck about our country. And meanwhile, they coming up with more and more shit in the look all they doing. Listen, all they doing is putting this in front of us on the media screen. Meanwhile, passing other laws. No Medicaid, this and that. Blah, blah, blah.
Meanwhile, shipping South Africans, white South Africans here, and pushing out other Africans who are looking for exile or you understand what I'm saying? So there are other people who are of dark skin who are being pushed out, not just the Mexicans, but people who are seeking exile here as well. And here they're making all of these laws against certain things against immigrants, and then they're about to ship over how many thousands of white South Africans. So Africa does affect us.
But I want to show you something right here because I want to make this plain to what I'm saying because I think people are getting me wrong and getting me misunderstood, right? Because I think that people are thinking I'm taking like this weird stance about like Mexicans, okay? And I said, okay, does ICE detain citizens? Yes. Okay. Immigration Customs Enforcement does detain individuals, including those who are U.S. citizens. So this is not they could detain anybody at any point. Okay. Now, while ICE's primary focus is enforcing immigration laws, they do sometimes detain individuals who they believe to be undocumented. Now, I'm a black woman. Somebody, I don't know if they can like if I don't have my ID on me one way, and then they could say, "Hey, come with me," and then I have to like prove my citizenship, and I don't have my documents, and then I don't know. Next thing you know, I'm in an internment camp. Now, ICE's main function is to enforce immigration laws, which include arresting and detaining individuals who are in the U.S. without legal authorization. Okay, but this is almost like I would believe like a Gestapo group of people that could just detain anybody, and then you have to prove who you are afterwards. That's the part I'm trying to say, but no one would allow me to really get to that because they could take anyone off the street if you don't have the right. Who the fuck is walking around with their fucking birth certificate and social security card on them? You could just have like your ID, but if you can't prove that you are an American citizen, you get taken in and then you have to prove it afterwards. That's the part I'm saying that's scary. Listen, everybody's now walking around with their birth certificate and social security card on them. So that means they can detain you at any point. And then you have to prove it, right? So what the fuck is that about? But everybody say, oh, okay, I'm tripping. You understand what I'm saying now?
I do. I think that's a stretch though, because you don't have
Is it a stretch?
Yeah, it's a stretch a little bit. It's a bit of a stretch. Not saying that,
but there's people that have been brought in because they and were citizens that were brought in and then had to prove their citizenship afterwards. So it's not a stretch.
You can literally you don't sound like, you don't look like
they don't sound or look like it either. If you
I object.
Go ahead. Okay. You object? Okay.
Just a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
So but they said the birthright citizens thing, right? So that means that now that when they get done just doing the obvious, the next thing is birthright citizens, and then ICE goes in to detain people that are been living here that are not birthright. So then then now you have to prove that you were born here, but no, that's actually no longer a privilege anymore. So that's to prove that you're not from another country or as an immigrant from another country.
It's easy for them to just look up your information. You tell them your social security.
Is it easy when you have thousands of people getting like detained?
No,
You're down the line.
You're saying I'm an American citizen. My generations my family has been here. I've been here for over.
Don't you think that's what they've been saying?
And all you have to do, no, because a lot of them have not been here for over 400.
They took in 300 people. Only 30 of them were actually illegal.
Some of them don't have social security numbers.
No, listen,
an ID card and family records that can easily.
Sir, they took in. Listen, I don't want to have to be detained and then prove myself.
I don't think
300 people. They went to this one situation. I gotta find it online again. 300 people they took in and only detained and only was able to, like, I don't know, 300.
How many of them were Black African Americans?
I don't know. We
None.
don't know. It doesn't matter. Bottom line is that if 300 people were taken in of human beings, then that means that they could just take in 300 people and then you have to prove who you are from that point on. Yadin, welcome to the panel.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been trying to get in the whole show. I had to end up writing down the link and then putting it in the browser. You know what I'm saying? Instead, because usually the link is like highlighted blue, right?
It should be, but I mean, it's okay. You're in now. Let's go. Let's talk.
Yeah. So my thing was, I mean, I'm pretty late. I'm Johnny come lately right now. But my thing is that when I feel like when African Americans don't identify with their root, okay, because there are benefits when you identify with your root and you understand who you truly are. There are benefits of like what you call poro, being introduced into the society in Africa, so on and so forth. There's even land rights. You know what I mean? That if you're what tribe you're connected to, if they own the majority of that land and so on and so forth, they also give you land in Africa. So there's a lot of benefits, dual citizenship, IDs, and so on and so forth. So I don't think that Africans should be not included in our struggle. I think that would be counterproductive, and I think that would be anti-revolutionary. But I do believe that we need to come to a common agreement on what direction that we're going to take and how we're going to make it better for the coming generations. Because like you said, with the immigration, that could be a widespread thing. The only thing that they have to do is just change the law tomorrow. None of these laws are actually concrete. They're not concrete. They're not saying, oh, because we wrote this in there, it can't be changed. No, somebody can come and change. I mean, look, we got a president that's 34 count felon. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know what I'm saying? Any time that they feel like it's appropriate, they can change whatever they want to change, when they want to change it, and how they want to change it. That's the reason why I understand the position that DJ is taking on the immigration, how it can relate to us if they decide to say, well, because these prisoners no longer have any rights, let's ship them out of country, and then next thing you know, slavery is introduced again. You know what I mean? So I mean, because it could happen. It could happen. We could be sold to somebody else. We could be sold
14th Amendment. Aren't 14th Amendment? Aren't prisoners slaves? Aren't based on the 14th Amendment? Or the 13th Amendment? Isn't prisoner considered a slave?
13. Right, it's considered a slave. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So imagine your loved one that probably like went to prison for whatever. Mm-hmm. Now they're no longer. I've been in jail before. Does that include me too?
Yeah.
Right.
Did I lose my rights once I went to jail?
Once you're duly incarcerated, yeah. So it says servitude, right? Or involuntary servitude will not be inflicted upon unless one is duly convicted. according to the 13th
So
Amendment.
convicted, like even just going to
slavery
jail,
never
like
ended.
misdemeanor, right?
Slavery never ended.
So imagine you. So I have a
transitioned.
misdemeanor, right? I have a
Right.
misdemeanor DWI, right?
No, a misdemeanor is you're not going to get incarcerated for a misdemeanor. You're going to get incarcerated for a felony, or you know what I'm saying, for felony charges. You know what I'm saying?
So you know how many felons I know? So does that mean, or do their rights come back to them when they get out, or is that like something that continues?
I'm not sure. I have to look that up, but I think like gun rights, it takes a certain amount of years before you can get your gun and voting rights back after you've committed a felony. And then there's a such thing as violent felons. There's a difference between just a felon and a violent felon. Okay.
So tell me this. So say if you've been out of prison for a certain amount of time, are you still considered under that 13th Amendment? Like, say if you've been out like for like 5
prison
years.
for about like 15 to 20 years, you can get your voting rights and your gun rights back.
So you're still considered not a real citizen at that.
Well, you're still a citizen. You're a citizen. You're a citizen. But certain rights have to be granted back to you upon expungement or upon, you know what I'm saying, like petition. So if you for instance, if you're in South America, like not in South America, but the South, you know what I'm saying? Like you're in the South, right? You're in the Bible states. Certain states have laws, right? And if you can commit a violent felony, you know what I'm saying, you're going to lose your voting rights and your gun ownership rights. And you know what I'm saying? And in those states, if they might not have the same statute, like you might not be able to expunge a violent felony. That means that you're not going to get your gun your gun ownership rights and stuff back. But federally, you can still get your voting rights back after like 10 to 15 years or something like that without any other violent felony charges.
Okay.
Or conviction.
And I think that's even why whenever they pull you over, they want to get your ID to see if you're on probation, because that means you don't have any rights.
Yeah, you know,
Yeah, they want to see what your record is. Yeah, they want to see if you know what I'm saying, and get some form of a reason to probable cause. You understand what I'm saying? So if you just got out of jail, you know what I'm saying, you just got a car, you just got a good job, you know what I'm saying, but you only been like a year fresh, you know what I'm saying, and they take your
they can
ID,
take the smallest thing
they
and
look at it. Now they want to check your car and all of that stuff, even though it was just a freaking daggone a traffic stop. You know what I mean? Then they can try to seek some form of probable cause, but without probable cause, they really can't. They're not allowed to do illegal searches and seizures. So you know, this is why.
From what I understand, also is that right it goes away when you're a felon too. Like the ability to say, like, you can't search my car, you can't do this.
Especially if you're a violence felon, and that you listen. Just having a certain amount of crack, excuse my language, I don't want to, a certain amount of substances, controlled substances, could have made people in the 80s and 90s violent felon. It wasn't up until I think Barack Obama came in and made certain charges equal, because they would like if a white person got caught with some powder, you know what I'm saying, they would get a felony charge. But if it was a free base, you know what I'm saying, or it was, you know what I'm saying, or they claim that it was, because they could just claim that it was, you know what I'm saying, oh, this is cut with this, that, and this is blah blah blah. Now you're getting black folks are getting violent felony charges, while white folks are just getting the minimum felony charge for the same substance, just because somebody said, oh, this is cut. You see what I'm saying? And so Barack Obama did that at the very least. I know that he wasn't able to, he had his hands tied a lot. You know what I mean? So he at least equalized the charges that were being given out to black folks as opposed to white folks. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you have something like fentanyl or something, or you have, you know what I'm saying, methamphetamines or something like that, those charges, you know what I'm saying, can be considered violent felonies.
Right. So I just want to make it plain, just in case Mandika's still listening, maybe or maybe not, that I was not trying to go against what he was saying or trying to take away from his points, right? But all this stuff is relative to the points that he was making, because when we are talking about all these issues, right? Racism, economic equality, all these things, and we look at like these situations that are happening right now in the government when it comes down to laws and things that are being enacted. It's one thing to say, well, I'm not worried about this, but how, like, if you're doing like almost like a case study of people and seeing, okay, how are they going to react? I'm not sure if you guys heard about in Atlanta where like the KKK came out there and we kind of like started, the black people came out there and was whooping they behind and this, that, the other, right? But we wasn't being a part of like the ICE raids, you know what I'm saying? However, the KKK come up there and incite that, and then next thing you know, we're getting arrested. We're getting, you know what I'm saying? Because now they're lumping us into a thing. Now we have to prove our citizenship. You understand? That's
Right.
you know, it's almost
Yeah.
like to me, and people did not want to, like, they did not agree with me with the whole Hitler like connection and comparison. But when people are rounding people up in this level of thing, you know, this is like similar. I'm sorry, you
Right.
can't tell me it's not.
Right. But so, you know what? Sometimes people are not going to see your point until it happens, right? So the thing
Yeah.
is that you throw the ideal out there. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, they don't have to agree at that time, right? But when it does happen and it does turn around, you say, well, just pay attention to it. You know, just pay attention to it. You don't have to agree with me right now, but just to pay attention to it, because this looks like the way that it's leaning. Because I mean, it's almost like the same thing as like Hitler, right? And like the camps that they built for the Japanese during World War II, where Trump has just built the alligator Alcatraz, right?
Hello.
So you know what I mean? So the thing is that he has built a prison where he can hold the detainees in the middle of this marsh, and they surrounded it with alligators and poisonous snakes. This is the same thing that happened like in World War II when it came to the Japanese, like concentration camps. So the thing is that I mean, I understand that. I do see that point. You know what I'm saying? But
And
the
how do
thing
they
is,
know the difference between like a Haitian Caribbean American from a real, like a
well,
black
see,
person?
that's the thing. Right now, they're going after everybody that was born here or that was brought here as a child and thought they had birthright citizenship. So they're trying to go after anybody that came in here and didn't have the proper paperwork. It don't matter. It don't matter what you are. I think some white people are getting caught in that. I haven't seen that as much. You know what I'm saying? But
And
I
you know
have
what's
seen
the craziest part is
Haitians and
how
so
the
on and
hell
so
could
forth.
Trump, who's an immigrant, be doing that? Isn't Trump, was he born in America?
No, his father. I think they were from like England or something like that.
What the
Something
hell
like
are what? You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, I'm like, what are we doing? Like, what?
But see, this is the thing, though. This is the thing. This is how much hate that uh these people can stir up. They can stir up hate to the point where it blinds everything else. You know what I mean? Because this is they're mad about the the President Obama era. They're mad about the Biden era, and so on and so forth. And they just they want some type of retribution. They don't even care if they get their own people mixed up in it. They just want to see some type of fire against those people that they don't like. That's it.
And then for us to like be backing it up, like, yeah, that's how we should be doing. What? No, like, because I'm like, you know what? To me, it's like that. You know, there probably should be something done because there was a lot of like stuff going on. But what I will say is that now it's kind of like going. Now there should have been a limit. You know what I'm saying? There should be, okay, these are the people. That's it. Now it's going into, they're passing more laws into more. And so now what? You know what I'm saying? And it's like, no, that ain't what it is. You looking at it wrong. Bullshit. I'm looking at it wrong. What?
But see, the thing is too is with the reparation, because
Make sure y'all have y'all IDs and y'all when y'all driving down the road. Bump all that. I know my grandma. I was always raised to keep the birth certificate in like a safe. Honey, have that motherfucker on you, okay? Because
But
you never know.
DJ, check this out. Now, let's try to relate this to the real ID. Remember the real ID where you had to bring all your documents in and so on and so forth, and then they upload them onto your ID card. Let's relate that to that. And how many people they found out was illegal during that time.
Right.
You know what I mean? So they like I'm saying, they put stuff long in planning. When they want to do something, it's not something that they just do overnight. They have planned this probably like for like 5, 10, maybe even 20 years.
Right.
Yeah, it's very it's very tactical. You know what I mean? So the thing
so
is,
I'm not, I was never saying that DJ Genesis was wrong. I agree with what she's saying. You know what I'm saying? But I think that Mandinka, he was trying to just focus, and I see where she was going. You know what I'm saying? And what we don't want to do is get off the rails. Like for instance, with a lot of the issues that he brought up, the healthcare, the systemic racism, specifically directed toward us. Yes, these laws can affect us. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? I absolutely agree with you on that. And then my thing is the extreme conditioning. I call them manufactured Negroes. You know what I'm saying? When we have this hatred towards Africa, not realizing, you think that you go to Africa and you have to dig up, like the sister said, you're gonna have to dig up. Ain't nobody gonna tell me where to dig up some gold. No. You look at it all wrong. You know what I'm saying? We're supposed to bring our knowledge, we're supposed to share on it. Doesn't mean that we have to leave here, lose our right to land and you know what I'm saying? And ownership of what our ancestors put work into here. We don't have to do that. But Europeans are unified internationally.
Exactly. So
we ought to also, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's just basic 48 laws of power. And daggone the art of
Sun
war.
Tzu, right.
Come on. So what we're doing is we're isolating ourselves to this FBO, and now we're tethering we don't have to tether. No, we do.
So
we're intricately tethered.
I have one question. Has either of you traced your DNA?
I have.
I have
you
as
have?
well. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And did you trace by tribe?
I didn't trace by tribe. I traced by I did get my my maternal and my paternal Y chrome and mtDNA. Not necessarily by tribe, but what I did see is that, you know what I'm saying, like I would say about 66% is West African, and that's Congo, Sierra Leone, Ghana. You know what I'm saying? It was a broad stroke. It was broad.
Okay.
But you know what I'm saying, I had my 12% Native American is in there, like my grandmother told me. You know what I'm saying? So I do have rights to this land. I don't have to leave. There ain't nobody gonna ship me off to Africa if I don't want to go, unless I want to go. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what I mean? So I have rights. You know, I know that's a fact because I have family that's on the reservation in Long Island, Hamptons, Long Island. You know what I'm saying? I'm related somewhat to ODB and Jizza and the RZA. You know, they're Shinnecock Indian Nation as well. So I got West African and I got like 2% East African, Ethiopian and Eritrean. You know what I'm saying?
So African ancestry, right, is connected to the right of abode. And not only are they connected to the right of abode, but the African Union recognizes them as legit scientific DNA researchers because they took all of their samples from Africa and they had permission to do it. So the thing is that I very much, even though, you know, and you can make payments, but I very much recommend that you do that, because for the simple fact, when you find out what tribe you are there, you have national rights.
Right.
So anything that tribe is given, any land, anything that is, it's yours. You
It's
have
yours.
right to it.
Yes, I.
Okay. And
Yeah.
instead of just going over there as an African, unidentified African
Right,
American.
right. You just as a random black person in their country.
Right, exactly. Because when you
no
go over
nationality.
there, when you go over there,
Well, so, this is my heritage. I just showed you mine. This is my DNA.
Okay, Nigeria.
Okay.
Let me see. Stretch that out.
Okay, that's what's up.
Yeah, you Nigerian.
So
and then, but I also have other West African, Sierra Leone,
but the
majority
is Nigeria, right?
And then 24% Scandinavian, and
yeah, I got some European,
South Asians, Inuit, and Japanese, Korean. That might be a little bit.
But see, when it gets down to those lower percentages, it could simply mean that they found that DNA there. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's ontogynous to the. But I don't know. I claim that my 2% Ethiopian is ontogynous.
Yeah, so that's what. So that's what I'm saying. It's like if you want to actually exercise your nationality here, because you have nationality here because of birthright citizenship.
Right.
Then if you want to exercise your nationality in Africa, then you get the tribal test. Okay, then you get the tribal test, and you can introduce your nationality in Africa. So that way it gives you dual citizenship and gives you rights to move back and forth, because you have rights to both pieces of land. So it gives you it really does open up your freedom to travel without suspicion.
Right. Which is very important. That's why I'm a part of the Ethiopian World Federation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Okay. Ethiopian. Say that one more time.
Ethiopian World Federation, established in 1936 by Malaku Ibeyan, and signed off and sealed. That's the Ethiopian Haile Selassie signed that off, and we have rights to the land, to the land grant in Sheshomani, Ethiopia.
Okay.
Yeah, man. You have to have this identity. See, one thing that other sister said, Queen had said, was, what is that going to do for us? Number one, she said, the European, they just Americans. No. You got Italian Americans. You got German Americans. They have their nationality and their ethnicity tied together, right? Yeah. And so when we just say we're black or African American, we have no nationality or ethnicity.
That is what Baba was saying. And
I was in agreement with Baba.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I was absolutely in agreement with what Baba was saying. You know what I'm saying? We have not defined ourselves. We might as well, it's like a tree without roots.
Yeah. Because I think JJ 7000, he traced his side to the men people. And
Mandinka tribe. Yep.
Yeah, and him and I are linked maternally, because I'm from the Men tribe maternally.
Right. Through your MTV. Right.
Yep. But I'm also, from my father's side, I'm Timni. So I'm Timni from my father's, and I'm Men from my mother's.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And so that gives me the right to the whole Sierra Leone, both halves.
Right.
Because if you look at Sierra Leone, the majority of the government is Tim and Mend. So you feel me? So it makes me a complete national.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's the reason why I identify. You know what I'm saying? I understand what you're talking about when it comes to that identity and then that nationality. You have to have that. When Baba said that, have to have that. But I don't agree with what Baba said with disconnecting with Africans. You don't. That's counterproductive. I believe.
Right. To me, it is too.
He didn't say disconnect. He said that what we need to worry about, what we have here, instead of worrying about what does they have to offer us. We have to worry about what we have to offer ourselves, and they worry about what they have to offer themselves. Okay, and it makes a lot of sense about
Right.
Yeah, we're over here. We got to focus on what's over here, and they focus on what's
But
over there.
do you see a problem with that? Like for instance with America. America sticks its nose in Israel's issues and the Ukraine's issues, and with all of these other European, nations. You know what I'm saying?
But they're trying to seek world dominance. We are just
not just world dominance. They're seeking to create some form of or maintain. Let's put it that way. Maintain white supremacy worldwide. While we're over here, we can't just focus on black freedoms and rights in one place without looking at the rest of the world and black folks all across the world.
So how can we do all that when we can't even keep our lights on over here? We gotta like focus on honey, I'm trying to get my mortgage and stuff.
I feel you.
I can't be over there in Africa trying to like, okay, well, I'm gonna send you some money over there so y'all can be knocked. I got to keep my
it's not all about sending money, but sometimes
or whatever the hell it is, or attention, whatever. I got kids. I'm a single mother.
Listen, this African dude, I all the time, because I'm connected to the Rastafari community, and because the Rastafari community is getting so large in Africa, I get a lot of African brothers from the continent hitting me up in my inbox because I'm from Long Island, New York, in America. Right? They think that I got money, and I'm like, nigga, I'm broke like you, man. Send me some gold.
Man, listen,
Send me some.
I want to show you. Listen, I'm gonna show you this video when I talk to you. Listen, when I'm gonna talk to you separately and show you the video with what we talked about with the decline of America. I'm gonna just send you the video for that because he broke it down. Like he actually talked about his time in Africa and how it's different. It's not what we think it is, and we cannot be looking at Africa with rose-colored glasses on and then go over there and be stupid as fuck. So I just want to like.
No, I don't think we have to do that. Though. I think that we can still have a global connection, marketing, and I'm saying. I think that we are very much needed, to Africa's sovereignty as much.
When we were actually the most effective in Africa, we were way more together than we are now.
I know.
So it's hard to say that we need to be like worried about the globe when we can't even get our shit together here over here in America.
Right, and that goes back.
Then we were more organized and more. There was organizations. There was more. Right. All that stuff was all.
That
together.
Goes back to what Mandika's whole thing was here. You know what I'm saying? All of these issues within the black community here in America, that affect us are also the things that divide us and cause so much internal conflict. Well, I would consider it, somebody's called it a civil war. And it's actually true because when we're fighting against ourselves, that's what a civil war is necessarily. So when black folks are fighting against themselves here in America, we're at civil war with ourselves. How can we fight our enemy?
Right.
Yeah, facts. And look,
we have a lot to do. We have a lot of work to do, and I hope that Mandika ain't mad at me and he won't talk to me no more and be like, "No, man," you know what I'm saying? Listen, I just wanted to make that point and listen, I just have to make my little point.
Plus, we have the money. Actually, we have the money to actually to go nation by nation in Africa and redevelop it. We do. We have the only thing it takes is $1 per person, right. If that. You know what I mean? If that
knowledge.
So
imagine who's gonna be the one to collect it, and who can we trust to collect that and not be on some bullshit?
That's a good point, sis.
It could be put into it. It could be put into.
Listen, do you know how many? Listen, remember when the damn I think it was even with Louisiana. Oh, send the money. We gonna go down there and help out the Louisiana. None of that money went down. Oh, we gonna go down to Haiti. We fixing to go there. Hey, none of that money went. Oh, we going to Hawaii. They people be lying, bro.
No.
We have to get past our own lying asses and greedy niggas.
No, we learned from the white man. That's what we did. We learned from the white man. Go ahead, brother.
But what I'm saying is that the only thing that we need to come together is those that can afford it, buy the lawyers and put it into a trust where can't nobody touch it unless it's for for redevelopment of these nations.
Honey, first we need to read. Do you know how many homeless niggas is in America?
That can, but this is what I'm trying to say. That can help that out. You got to see if you look at the bigger picture. If you to get that started, right? To get that started, you can use that for the benefit of the people, for nation redevelopment, for
So you think
strengthening.
that Africa gonna be cool with us sending a bunch of homeless niggas over there to Africa?
No,
Man,
no,
let
no,
me
no,
tell
no,
you something.
no,
Like
no.
there was a
Listen,
whole.
listen. Okay, see, this is what I'm saying. Don't shoot me down. But
Okay.
what I'm trying to tell you is that when you claim identity, right? Because for one, when you come over there and you say, "Oh, hey, brother, hey, sister," and you don't have no identity, you don't have no nationality, anybody will look at you like, "Who are you and where are you from?" You know what I mean? Because for the simple fact they can't really identify with you. But when you come over there with the paperwork and the rights,
Yes.
then it's a whole different thing. It's a whole different issue. Like I have a brother right now that lives in Sierra Leone, that lives right there in, I think it's Western Sierra Leone, and he's from the Timney,
And find something else to want.
and he's African American, right? And he went over there and he opened up a school. He developed a school. He's right now we have a all black owned website that's just like Facebook. We have AIs, and we have AIs and everything that you can actually do. You can call each other just like you can do on Facebook. We have that same exact thing going on right now. The only thing is that we can't get hello.
We can hear
Anybody
you.
hear?
We can hear you.
Okay.
Keep going.
Okay, the only thing is that we can't. It's hard to get a lot of us to jump onto that because for the simple fact of the scams that has happened in the community. Period. With people saying, "Well, we gonna do," and they don't have the product to show it. But we got the product to show it. We have the product to show it. My brother is actually on the ground right now doing the work with the children, and he don't have money. He don't even have money like that. But he decided to go over there because for the simple fact he said he can't be one of those people that keep on saying, I'm gonna do. Let me wait for the opportunity and it never comes. So you sometimes you have to move on faith, right? A lot of us, we all ascribe to something that's higher than us. Then you have to use that faith, to further your goals. We do it any other time in education and so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? Even if we want a certain type of grant or welfare check, we use faith. We say, God, help us. So the thing is that what is the difference between using that same faith in the betterment of your people? That's the thing. We've been told we can't do for such a long time that we really believe we can't do nothing. We can't do anything when it comes to when it comes to a collective. If it's an individual thing, we can do. But when we talk about collectivity, it's almost like it falls on deaf ears. So that's the type of mind frame I think, though, because that's Willie Lynch, right? That's the type of mind frame I think that our people need to get out of.
Yes.
Our people need to get out of before we can even move forward to anything,
Right.
really to anything.
Right.
So I want to play this real quick, and I want you guys to give your final words on this. I want you to see what you think about this whole thing. Here we go.
Meeting a guy by the name of Brother Kevin Simpson. He was here on the podcast, and he invited me to a networking event through Nairobi Nexus. And from there, I met several people, and I ended up doing some podcasts before I left, coming back to Kampala. And one of the people that I met was named Tadre, and she was talking about basically how you can remove and repatriate to Kenya. And I posted that podcast here on this channel. Now, the YouTube comments were all amazing and supportive. But then we posted this clip on TikTok. What are the areas that African Americans are moving to, or people from the diaspora are moving to, and why?
Okay, I'm so glad you asked that, because when I do my consultation, I have a list of neighborhoods in Nairobi that I recommend for expats. And then I also have a list of towns on the coast of Kenya that I recommend. Yeah. So Kilimani, Kileleshwa, those are middle class areas. So
Okay.
it's a lot of high rise buildings now,
Right.
which if you like that, you like that. I'm not somebody who does.
Okay.
And then they also have like older maisonettes and apartments from the 70s.
Okay. Okay.
So I prefer an older build with the hardwood and all of that.
Okay.
Right? But then you also have upper class areas as well.
Okay.
Lavington, which is next door to Kilauea.
Yes.
You've got Kitasuru, especially if you have a family and you want space.
Okay.
I would recommend Kitasuru. There's so many different neighborhoods.
Okay.
Lavington has homes and properties, but they also have like villas.
Mm-hmm.
In the clip on TikTok, if you read the screen, it says suitable settlement areas in Kenya for Black Americans. Now, the comments on YouTube and the comments on the clip on TikTok are completely different. And it showed me that there is somewhat of a problem with Black Americans possibly moving back to Nairobi. And I want to go through these comments with you because they do tell a larger story that some of us as expats may or not be looking at. So the comments, guys, were very telling on this video. I want to start off with the lady Shiny Sunny. No, they're going to Cape Town us. So, I actually was going on and I was commenting from the PDS's page and I said, hey, we're coming to move in with you. All right. King Zach says it's already in motion, unfortunately. Now, Lady Shiny Sunny says, only if you come to protest, hashtag Ruto must go with us. Now, here's what I have noticed, right, from foreigners that are in Kenya. There is somewhat of a lot of pressure. Like if you are a foreigner and somehow you're benefiting in any way from the Kenyan economy, and when those protests are going on, I feel like it's mandatory that you must make some level of a post, an Instagram story or something, letting other people know that you are down with hashtag Ruto must go. You must stand with Kenya. I've seen almost every foreigner, where it's African American, where there's Ugandan. It's like, look, you could be here, but you better be on team hashtag Ruto must go. If something happens to civilians, I see a lot of foreigners, Black foreigners, reposting the fallen people that have passed away, and like you need to show that level of concern to be there. Kenyans are the only people I've seen that foreigners feel like compelled, like you need to be out here with us or else, right? That's one thing I've noticed. Especially if you're doing business there, you're benefiting from them. They expect that from you, and I do like that. I'm not gonna lie, I do love that about them. Victor goes, I hope they won't isolate from the rest of Kenya. I hope they become part of the Kenyan culture and people. So this is a positive comment. So basically, one of the fears is that, hey, foreigners will come in and they will basically isolate themselves. I guess this might be somebody like the Chinese or Indians. I'm not sure, but that's one thing that African Americans will not do for sure. They definitely gonna integrate and come talk to you. Yeah, no, this makes it expensive for us. Now, this is a growing concern. Okay, I live in Uganda, but I just came back from Kenya. And it's very, very similar. And that is one thing that Ghanaians were complaining about, that now, because of the Black Americans coming in with dollars, inviting other Black Americans with dollars, this makes the cost of living go up for locals who earn in a different currency. Now, Joe says, you will come and sell Kenya just for money. Now, this sounds for us as Black Americans as a comment that may be silly, but if you can look at like what's going on in certain neighborhoods, like I was having to, be past Kilimani, right? And I saw so many Chinese businesses. I saw so many businesses that were foreign owned in Kenya. I'm gonna be honest. I can see why a Kenyan can say something like this. Now, if I didn't visit there recently or have been there, I would think, why would somebody say that? But after being there, I can see exactly why somebody would have that suspicion. This person goes, Kenyans, let's not forget and underestimate ourselves. We are Kenyans and Kenyans is our business. Even as others keep coming, gentrifying and whatnot, we must keep evolving, progressing, and demanding better. Trust me, we shall not be left behind ever again. Kenya Nihon, right? All right, I like that comment there. This should be a private conversation and not a public announcement for all to come. So this may be African American. I understand what he's saying. Like, listen, you guys are talking about openly coming to Kenya, repatriating to Kenya, making this your home, but then not understanding that this is already someone else's home, and that group of people is trying to make it themselves. All right. This disgusting person says this is giving gentrification vibe. Anyway, they should be warned that Kenya is closed for renovation, and we have an election purge coming up ahead. All right. Again, I can see why somebody would feel that way too. Hope y'all all know this is a slippery slope. The day that Kenyan gets an overwhelming amount of foreigners who are there to live, it will become impossible for a common Kenyan to afford to live in those areas. They earn a different currency, so they can afford to pay more than they need to. Okay, this could definitely be true. They call themselves expats because they come with dollars, but the truth is not all of them have money anymore. Even those who do have it, it runs out quickly unless they are employed. They say expats, say immigrants. Foreigners coming here, expats. We going there are immigrants. Person says, we need to do something to discourage this gentrification.
All right, this is what I kept also seeing on that post. Oh, this is sick. Stay away. Another individual says, please, we're already full. No more people moving here. Don't come to Nairobi, please. Poster says, please don't come, please. So when I moved to Uganda in Kampala, I was not thinking about the locals. It wasn't my duty to think about them. I was thinking about coming back to the continent for my own reasons, which was, you know, living here, having a life here, obviously understanding culture, understanding Africa, at least from the vantage point of living in Uganda. But, you know, hey, when I'm looking for housing or I'm looking to spend money, I never thought about how it affected somebody else, okay? Now I live in Kampala where this isn't a big issue. You don't have, you know, so many foreigners living here. They are here, but it's not like a whole bunch like Nairobi, right? But when I saw the comments from these Kenyans, and obviously not most Kenyans even care about this or thinking about this, but I do see some valid concern from the Kenyan community that live there. And this, in my honest opinion, is not a shot at Black Americans, okay? They are concerned because here is another group of individuals who see how great their city is. You know, they see the fine dining there. You see all of the neighborhoods building up. The cost is affordable. And these foreigners can come in and they can live here, right? What foreigners don't look at is the rising costs that are going to happen for the locals that live there. For an example, I was, happened to be in Kilimani at Carrefour one day. I even met some of y'all there. I noticed at this particular Kilimani that it was a whole bunch of empty apartments that were being built or being sold either by Chinese or Kenyan contractors, all right? And what I noticed is that these apartments were priced so heavily that I felt that it could be three people, right? Upper middle class Kenyans that could afford it, Kenyans in the diaspora, or foreigners. And what I saw coming out of those apartments typically, if it wasn't Kenyans, it was foreigners. Now, a lot of these apartments were empty, not being sold. And if those apartments are going to be sold, we know who those apartments are going to be for. These are for people that have money that can spend it. What I saw in the comment section were Kenyans who were concerned that their cost of living and their high prices are going to go up. Now, remember, they have been protesting this particular finance bill from Ruto, which they want him out of office, and people have been protesting, people have been passing away and dying. And while I don't believe that this is a direct shot at Black Americans, I will say that Kenyans understand that the country is more set up for foreigners to win than it is for them. This is very similar to Uganda. And I don't want to sit here and be fake and lie about it. It's true, right? A lot of these countries are set up right now for foreigners to be way more successful than somebody who's from there. Now, America is set up a little bit different. America is set up for if you have citizenship, it's great. But if you work your way really hard and you're smart and you're intelligent, if your will and determination is there, you can make it in the United States and become something. You can have that rags to rich story. That's a lot more difficult to do in Uganda or Kenya. And I feel like a lot of people feel like their ability for them to be able to own a house or to own an apartment, the more foreigners you get, whether it's African Americans, whether it's Europeans, that dies soon. And so the future business owners of the country are going to be foreigners. I see it here in Uganda. I've seen so many businesses leave the market, especially in the local market, like the Chinese, for an example. The Chinese, I talked to a lady who sells laptops, computer parts, monitors, mouses, keyboards, all the rest, right? Very, very beautiful lady. And I was asking her, how was the business going? She said, well, the business is not going so well. I actually want to go and get regular work. I said, why do you want to get regular work? She says, well, because the Chinese are now allowed to trade and no tax. So they can bring in all of their products imported with no taxes because they are investors in the country. But for my products, I'm going to be still paying tax at URA or wherever else. And when the Chinese have their goods coming in no tax, they can sell it lower. And simply, I just can't compete on price. So therefore, I'll be out of the business. And I'm pretty sure this is very similar as what's happening in Kenya. Kenyans won't be able to compete against the Chinese, or Kenyans feel like they may have a hard time competing against even Kenyan Americans or Black Americans. And these are things that are concerning for this particular group of people, just like it is here in Uganda, right? Ugandans are going to have a hard time competing with somebody like myself, who's an American and can earn in dollars or do something different, right? I can see the concern. Here is what Kenyans should understand, or maybe will understand, is that the amount of Black Americans that will or will not come over probably won't change a lot of things as much, right? Because Nairobi is so great. Everybody knows about it for a long time. And so people are coming there from all the parts of the world. But I understand the frustration of when you feel like your country is not set up for you to win. I see it all through East Africa, right? Kenya is probably the best one in East Africa, but I understand that. And I think us as Black Americans, we should be aware that, hey, on TikTok, where you have maybe a little bit more of a local crowd, this is how they feel. The people on YouTube that might be a little bit more affluent from the diaspora, have some money, they're not threatened by it. But there are Kenyans who are threatened by it. And we should be mindful of that, and take them into consideration as much too, because again, I understand that Kenyans, when they see these new apartments coming up, they see these high prices of rent every month. You see a place for 200,000 Kenyan shillings in a month, 300,000 shillings in a month in Lavington. They know who those apartments are for. They know who their bosses will be. If a person can stay there in Kenya, and we got to understand that sometimes you're bringing something different to the business. Let's say, for example, what I do here with social media content creation. Well, this is not taking a job away from somebody, right? But maybe you will be. Maybe somebody else will be. So if that business is successful, is that then taking an opportunity away from a Kenyan or from a Ugandan? It could, And I just want to say, for the Kenyans that commented on that post, I see it here in Uganda. I see it when I travel through Africa. I understand your frustration.
All right, so that's what I was trying to bring to the table about that situation. Any thoughts?
I got a bunch of them. Yadin, you want to go? I don't hear you, brother.
Are you talking?
Yeah, it's not registering if he is. Might want to go out and come back in if you're talking.
Because after that, after you guys make your points on that, I'm going to end the live.
Okay.
Do another live.
Yeah. No, I definitely get it. I get it. Yadin, you are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Oh no, sorry.
Yeah, I don't think the brothers can be heard. I absolutely understand exactly what this brother's saying, and that's one of the reasons why there would be any form of division, and why even when African Americans come to African countries like Ghana, and such, like they raise the prices on us. But I think that there can be stipulations, and there can be consensus, made in order because I don't think we should go in there with a colonizer spirit, even though we've been colonized and we've been living under a colonial mindset for the last 400 years, and this capitalistic mindset. We have to still remember Ubuntu. We should be beneficial to Africa. And I'm not saying like everybody's supposed to move there, but you got African Americans who are building over there and still living over here. Right. Still living here and building over there and modernizing and raising the living conditions, but for whom? So that I agree that's effed up. We shouldn't do that. We definitely can't go there and create further disparity, because then we'd be no different than the French or the Europeans that exploit the land. We need to even if you're living here and you're building over there, we should be benefiting the nation as a whole. We should be benefiting the people, the people who live there, still, as well as being benefited from it. And I think that we can do it. We don't have to have this capitalistic, but then, a lot of us are afraid of socialism and communism. But the Black Panthers were communists for a reason. You feel me? Yeah. We had this idea that capitalism is the only way because we were taught that. But it was capitalism that sent these Europeans over here to exploit the lands of autochthonous and indigenous peoples. With violence and with wicked intent. So you know, when capitalism came to Europe in the early, I think it was 15th and 16th centuries, you know what I'm saying? Their own environment became difficult. And so it was dog eat dog. And so when they started coming over here, they thought that we, and even to Africa, when they started going to Africa and even to Native American lands, they thought that we were naive because they were savage.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Oh, you're naive because you're going to give us corn and show us how to, you know what I'm saying, do this and that. When we were living in a utopia where we didn't have
so real quick, you know, I have to like go. I'm sorry, I have to do a hard stop. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm supposed to like do another show about the Diddy trial. So
yeah, no. I want to get involved in that. I didn't want to get involved too early because you had some top-notch attorney brothers on there. And so
that's coming up. That's gonna be. Listen. I'm gonna leave here and come back.
Okay.
And we're gonna talk about the Diddy trial. So
yeah, I want to jump in.
If you can, I'm gonna end this stream and then we're gonna start back over with Mel Smith and Calvin Johnson. And please, we're gonna have a panel and everything. Sorry about this. This went way longer than I thought it would. So just give me a few, and I'm gonna refresh everything. Much love to everybody. Please feel free.
Big shout out to Mandinka Mali. You know what I'm saying?
Big shout out. I don't know. I hope he's not mad at me, but you know, and I know Napa and Sonetta. I hope they're not mad at me, but
right.
I listen. I am in part. I do not.
I don't get involved with none of the internal, except for Black.
You know, I'm not. It's not. You can't choose between one versus the other. Like I'm just doing content. You know, I'm not gonna like take a side. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna take a side anybody because at the end of the day, like people gonna get mad. Listen, I'm gonna take a side, and then y'all make up. And then I'm still on one side and still mad. Like, rah, rah, rah.
I definitely want to have a discussion with
each other and be back friends again. Y'all been
I definitely want to have a discussion with Mandinka on this topic because I've been working for the last couple of weeks to do a show on Paradigm Shift about the social ills. So we're on the same page. You know what I'm saying? Like let's get away from all day. You already know.
Listen, we're gonna make this into a series. This is not the first and not the last.
Right.
We're gonna do this into a series.
Yep.
And maybe I need to shut up a little more, you know. But I be tending to have my little opinion.
You know, sometimes you gotta get your voice out. I get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you know, maybe he was trying to like have his points and everything.
Right. I don't think he just wanted to
organize it way more.
To the Mexicans right now.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, man,
I don't think he wanted to tether.
But I'm like, man, listen, this like that crack went up there and said, listen, it'll be y'all gonna be next and y'all keep fucking around. I'm like, shit, he might have a point, goddammit. So I'm like, shit, you be too pissed off and be like, yeah, fuck them. Oh shit.
Right. Well, let's talk about what we gotta do.
Put your hand behind your back.
You can't help everybody right now.
I'm in the same concentration camp as the next.
We got too much work to do within
I'm just trying not to start talking some shit, and I'm in the same concentration camp. Ain't you the one that said that? And I'm like, oh shit, my bad.
I've been eating tacos for the last 2 weeks, man.
I love a taco. Okay. Much love, everybody. Okay, we're gonna end this stream, and it's gonna start another one. So just have to like reload. Okay, so just watch out. It's gonna come back on. Okay.
All right. I'm coming. Yeah, send me the link if I don't see it. Well, I'll see it.
Okay.
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making money move.